Hey, NPCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guest creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. You may know me as something else, but for tonight, I'm your host, Aurelia. And today we'll be chatting with my dear friend Jen of Geek Forge. And we have a fantastic giveaway of a Geek Forge gamer pack, a hat, pen, stickers, pre-production copy version of High School Apocalypse. So type Ren hashtag RemPC in the chat for a free entry to win. And the drawing will be done at the end of today's episode of Emerald Glitch, which is coming right up after Rules of Cool. And you can get bonus entries by donating bits or subscribing. So every 100 bits gets you a bonus entry, and subscribing gets you 7 whole bonus entries. So everybody should be subscribing if you can. Have some updates here from just general REM Alternis exciting news. Exit Vector is the aerial combat minis game. It's coming to Kickstarter. So you give your pilots some much needed and much deserved attention as you use this rules light game on its own or part of your cyberpunk role playing game. So you get your rigger on with Exit Vector and follow the link in the chat to check out the project. And don't forget to enter your email. Next up, we have LFG Nexus, the social media platform for gamers. We'll be launching the Commander Nexus on Kickstarter. With the Commander Nexus, you'll have the power to create Magic the Gathering Commander events with ease and to register your events, so much more. The Commander Nexus is designed for everyone, whether you're a player, a store owner, or an event organizer. Also coming to Kickstarter, we have a lot of Kickstarter projects. We have a sci-fi novel by Kevin J. Anderson and Jeffrey Morris. In a future where Earth faces extinction, the Ark ship Odyssey sets course for Proxima B, a distant habitable planet otherwise known as Persephone. Upon arrival, the settlers encounter a failing radiation shield, an enigmatic metallic structure on the planet's volatile surface. An astronaut, Darcy Clark, and engineer Tanya Baxter must race against time to save the colony and unveil the planet's secrets. Another project, also by Jeffrey Morris, a new feature-length documentary, The Eagle Has Landed. The Eagle Has Landed explores the origins and cultural impact of the Eagle spacecraft. And it's more than just a film for fans of the classic TV series Space 1999, where the Eagle spacecraft is from. It is an epic saga that discusses the influence of a beloved TV series on actual developments in science and technology, as well as its indelible impact on popular culture and imagination across generations. We've got a lot of cool things. Check those out, and stay tuned to continue to hear more. Now, on to our conversation for this week. Welcome back. All right, Jen, it's great to be here with you. I was very excited when I heard that you were going to be our guest, and I'm honored to be able to have a conversation with you.
I'm honored to be able to chat with you. I feel like I haven't seen you in at least a year. So
Yeah, yeah, it's weird. When you decide to go to grad school, it's like you don't have time for much else.
weird.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. Stay in school, kids. Um, so, as always, we want to start the show with the question, what is your history as a gamer?
My history as a gamer, it's a fun story, and I feel like some folks have already heard it, but we'll tell it again.
Yes.
So I got to college. And I had heard of this thing called LARPing, but hadn't actually had a chance to do it. And some friends of mine who were in the theater department with me were like, "Hey, we're going to go to the woods and play pretend all weekend." And I went, "That sounds perfect." And so I went and we LARPed, and I had a terrible time. It was cold and it was rainy. I'd never been camping before. I only brought one pair of socks,
Ooh.
and I had like suede shoes that were like sandals. So, of course, they were wet and damp, and I ended up having to wear my roommate's socks. It was miserable, absolutely miserable. And for anybody who has been uh, in the nighttime of northern South Carolina in April, it gets real cold.
Mm.
And I was not prepared. So I was like, nope, never going back, never again. And they convinced me to go back a couple of months later when it was a little bit warmer. And now I knew what clothes to pack.
Yes.
Great time.
You brought the appropriate amount of socks.
I did. I brought the appropriate amount of socks. Pro tip, you should always bring the number of days of socks plus one, just in case. Anybody who didn't know how to pack already. So, because I didn't. And had a great time and ended up doing that for, oh gosh, 10, 12 years. And I met Eason, my partner, through LARPing. And so about 5 or 6 years into my LARPing experience, I had a friend who was like, "Hey, there's this game called D&D. You should play it." And I was like, "Okay, cool. It's like the LARP, which is medieval fantasy, but
Without the camping.
without the camping." And I mean, I don't like getting dirty, so that's perfect. And I had a terrible time. And we rolled dice every like 10 feet that our horses ran to make sure that they didn't get tired. I was like, you know what? Like, I'm just going to have to live with being dirty, I guess. So I was like, well, tabletop's not for me. And so finally, after I graduated from school and had some friends who were like, all right, we're going to try this again. I was like, no, not D&D, anything but D&D. And they're like, well, that's cool. We have this game. It's called Earth Dawn. And it's like fantasy. It is fantasy, but it's not D&D. Well, okay, fine. So I played Scrang. Um, and for folks who don't know, that is a lizard person who's very swashbucklery. Like they live on riverboats. And so it was all my favorite things. It was a big Robin Hood fan as a kid. That was my Lord of the Rings because we were not a fantasy house.
So wild comparison.
Yeah. Robin Hood and King Arthur were what I had.
Amazing.
I'm late to the fantasy game. And yes, and then so I had played some Earth Dawn, and then I moved to the Atlanta area and went over to help some friends. They were making some costumes for Dragon Con that were their Shadowrun group. And I went, cool, what's a Shadowrun? And they said, well, you're going to like it because it's sci-fi, which I love. It's apocalyptic, which I love. And it's in the same universe as Earth Dawn, just like in the future. So Earth Dawn is the fourth world, Shadowrun is the sixth world, back in the day when they were all owned by the same company. And I went, oh, that's super cool. Let's do that. Yeah. And so I helped them make their costumes for Dragon Con. It was my first Dragon Con. I had a terrible time. You see, there's a theme here.
Yeah, I do see the theme. It's called resilience.
It was my first time cosplaying, and it was a terrible time. And I was ready to go home. And they were like, okay, how about this? Come hang out with us tonight, and we'll take you home in the morning. And I went, okay, fine. So I threw together a costume in about 30 minutes from what I had hanging around my hotel room, sacrificed some socks, stole some chopsticks, and put together a Shadowrun costume, having never played the game before, just what they were telling me about it. And now here I am working on designing my own tabletop role-playing game. And hopefully it's not as bad a time as all the others have started out as.
I think that's really incredible because it's the resilience for me, honestly. The willingness to give something another try, and I think you have this yeah, this perseverance about you, just in general, for me, just knowing you, just as an insider, peak from PCs, extremely resilient. I admire that about you. So that's really cool. I didn't know that story. Um, I think that's so funny that it started off with like you should go, okay, had a terrible time. Okay, but try this, fixed it. So the little adjustments, that's great. Um,
Trusting your
so
friends that they're not gonna
yeah, and that
help you
they
have a
know you
terrible
well
time.
enough to know what you do like.
Mhm.
Also, that's also a good part. I have been newly introduced to Shadowrun the last couple of years, and you're one of the first people that I played with. So I know you've been on plenty of the streams, like with Shadowrun that we were in together. Um, do you have a favorite that you like to play?
Um, Kinda don't. And that's weird to say, but like I because I feel like I'm so late to the game that the game of gaming, that like there's so many things I want to try and so many
Mhm.
systems and so many worlds I want to
Yeah.
explore. And like there's just not time to do all of them. So I love Shadowrun because like I said, I'm a huge post-apocalyptic fan and a
Hmm.
huge sci-fi fan. I was raised on Asimov and Herbert, and so coming into it from that sort of perspective, that it's a really fun mashup to do the fantasy and the sci-fi together, which is what really drew me into it in the first place.
Yeah. The sci-fi was definitely newer to me because I started with D&D in RPGs. So the sci-fi futuristic apocalyptic was very new for me and took a second to get a hang of. I think. But one of the things that was really cool was as you were always showing up in costume, and you know makeup done, some sort of like your props, your horns, things like that. And you mentioned being your first kind of cosplay experience. Have you been to any conventions this season, or any of the any places that you've gone and done cosplay? Just this kind of gaming season.
So we did go to Genghis Khan in February, which is a small convention in Denver that
Mhm.
is super fun. It's been around for a while and was a great gaming experience because it was a lot smaller than most of the conventions that we normally go
Mhm.
to. And we did do Gen Con. So unfortunately, I've had some health issues lately that have prevented me from cosplaying the way that I want to,
Yeah.
but working on those. And so we had a great time at Gen Con and am working on a super secret surprise for Gen Con for
Ooh.
next year. So to be tuned
Okay.
as the ladies in oh, I just forgot the name of that podcast. I was gonna say Emerald Glitch, but that's not it. That's the one that's next. Rusting Glitch Face. The ladies in Rusting Glitch Face say to be tuned, and I love it.
It's
Uh, Yes.
like that.
So stay tuned for that. We're still working out some of the details, but it is going to be a joint venture with the Geek Forge and Rem Alternis and some other familiar faces. So
I'm extremely excited. I wasn't able to go to Gen Con this year, so that just made me double excited for Gen Con next year. That's amazing.
absolutely, yeah. Get your tickets in your calendar.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of you mentioned the Geek Forge. Can you tell us about, for those that don't know, can you tell us what the Geek Forge is and what sparked the idea for the Geek Forge?
Yeah. So the Geek Forge is my handmade business for cosplay props and accessories. And we have evolved over the years. So it started out that I wanted to see a rocket launch, is how it started. I'm a huge fan of
Okay.
space.
Yeah,
So go
absolutely.
with me on this. So I wanted to see a rocket launch, and the way that you could get tickets at the time was to go as press. And I went, well, I'm not press, but they had a small press option if you had a blog or a website that you wrote about. And so we had a couple of like I had built some costumes for the for Dragon Con. And so I had started documenting some of those processes because I have a background in theater and costume making and things like that. So I put together a website and put up some articles, and then I applied, and I guess they didn't look at anything because they're like, yes, you should come see a rocket launch and write about it on your blog that has 3 followers, and one of them is your mom who doesn't understand anything you write about. And so I went, and so I've seen a couple of I've seen a rocket launch. I went and saw an engine testing in Mississippi a couple of years back and got to meet some really cool astronauts. And then went, oh, this press thing is kind of cool, actually. And so we started going to conventions as press to interview people. So we got to chat with Jennifer Hale, who's a very prolific voice actress. And we got to chat with the woman who was the body inspiration for Mulan, and her dad owned the studio where they went to study for the martial arts scenes for Mulan to draw them. And I'm drawing a blank on her name right now, but we do have an interview section that still has some of these interviews up there. So then I was working a day job, as most of us have to, and it was weird hours, and I wasn't able to do any theater stuff that I wanted to. So I started doing some sewing to sort of supplement my creativity, and it started taking over the house. So I set up a little online business to sell the things I was sewing, and I was making geeky ties and purses and things like that, and went to a couple of conventions and some small ones to sell that. And then a friend of mine had ordered a fire prop for her Scarlet Witch cosplay for Dragon Con, and it came in the mail, and it was a piece of plastic and a glowing LED, and it didn't look anything like the picture, and she was just devastated. And so she reached out to the business owner, and they were like, oh, you can use a hair dryer and twist it to the way you want, but it was just a strip of plastic. And wow. She came to me, tears in her eyes, and said, Jen, can you help? And I went, absolutely. So I ran downstairs and put together a fire prop for her with the ribbon that we use, and have sold thousands of them in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And they look great in pictures, and you can see them on our website. There are pictures for our commercial on the Alternis channel that have these super cool pictures. And one of them is our very own Amber Val of Emerald Glitch fame.
Yes.
And and so now looking at ways that I can help other people enhance their cosplays with just those little extra touches. And that's what I like to do. It's just that last little, that just needs this thing. And people have won their cosplay contest with our fire props being that extra oomph that they needed. So that's really my sweet spot now.
Yeah, that's gotta be an incredible feeling. It's we say that it's the little things that count. It's like, it's the little details. That's really cool. When you come at this with a theater and costuming background, what are the things that you learned that you actually kind of have in your back pocket and you pull out a lot? Like maybe it's in your front pocket now, that you use a lot as you're working in Geek Forge, in the Geek Forge, or from that business side, or even just recreationally as you're playing RPGs.
Yeah, some of the biggest things that I learned from my theater background, there's a saying that is go big or go home. And I know that that's sort of across the board, but we definitely, I am not larger than life in my normal everyday life, but when I am playing at a table or when I'm doing cosplay, that to bring that extra level of drama and performance to just it just enhances the experience for everybody. And
Yeah.
the rule of improv, which is the yes and rule, that you don't say no, and that within the confines of the rules and what everyone is comfortable with, but being able to go and encourage other people to tell this incredible story with you, and that it's a group effort, and it's not a if you know if I wanted to tell my story, I would write a book, and but I want to play with my friends and build an immersive world together and adventures together. And definitely there's a lot of that teamwork that comes from that theater background, a lot of the
Mhm.
compromise, and this person is really good at doing this, so let's make sure that they get featured in their thing, or somebody really knows these rules, so I'm going to check with them and make sure I'm doing it right, and being able to draw that out of people.
Yeah, the collaborativeness of RPGs, when you have a good like crew around the table, it's really a beautiful thing to see a lot of people, like different people working together,
Hmm.
different backgrounds and different interests, and seeing those characters come to life. Yeah. And I think that's something, I think that's something you're really skilled at, is making people feel comfortable around the table. Because again, like just from my experience of you, knowing very little about, um, you guys let me come in. I knew very little about the rules of Shadowrun or what it was or any of the terms or like all of that. And I just came in and was like, well, here we go. And I think that yes anding of, I come up with something silly, you were really good at going yes, and here's how we make that work in the within the, like you said, within the rule set. I think that's so important, and makes it really fun and freeing, like a freeing environment to play in, because you're not afraid of um making mistakes or looking silly, or it's all we have this like group ownership of the little moments.
And I agree, you were perfect.
Okay, yeah, for sure. That's not what I was saying at all. I think Tesla would disagree, although he might not, because I am his favorite. Um, yeah, so um, the fire props have been extremely popular, and like you said, they've helped people really kick it up a notch and win some contests. Do you have any other props that, um, or just products on the GeekForge site right now that you are just really proud of, or that you think are really cool?
I am very proud. We have a Fried Anarchy collection that are patches,
Yes.
and I love them, and I love making them. Every time that somebody orders one, that it just really makes me happy, that's going out into the world. And we actually are a corporate sponsor this year for the Pride Float of IATSE 479, for the Atlanta Pride Parade this year.
That's incredible.
And so we're here to support the local unions. And we're especially here to support our IATSE brethren as well. And so that would not have happened that way without the pride patches. And so we are venturing more into sort of the patch making. Being able to do custom patches has been really nice.
Hmm.
Folks, especially for things like cosplay, that you just want one. And a lot of the current options in the market, because they are larger manufacturing houses, that you need to have minimums, and it's a high level to for entry, that you have to pay a high sum of money for design fees and things like
Yeah.
that. So being able to keep that affordable and keep it in a home business kind of setting has been really rewarding. I just sent out some custom LARP favors. Favors are things that you wear on your belt to signify what group you're with,
Hmm.
and was able to use my embroidery machine to make them really nice and fancy looking. So that is something that's definitely going to be a regular custom offering for us for sure. Um, but yeah, definitely the Pride Anarchy patches are one of the favorite things that we make right now, aside from the fire props.
Awesome, and did remind me that I need to get a patch. So I will be doing that as soon as we're off stream. um, yeah, that's great. I love the kind of the broad reach of I think it's both a broad reach and it's a like personal touch. And I think that it's just a great balance of both of that, of like being a part of Pride, your local Pride, and then also um, of the individuals that can come and get custom made patches. Because you're right, think items of like patches or different things that you really only need like one or two of are really hard because you have to pay a lot to get a minimum of, you know, 50, 100, whatever it may be. So, how would one go about it um, if I wanted a patch uh, to be custom made? How does that process work? Um,
Yeah, so there's a listing on our website. We're at thegeekforge.org, or there is a link at the bottom of the screen, which is thegeekforgestore.myshopify.com if you want to go straight to the store. And there's a listing for custom patches. And so I do charge a $25 design fee, and that just goes to making sure that the image can be used by my machine and all that sort of thing. And then it's $12 for a patch. So your one patch is what, $37, and that makes it free shipping.
yeah, that's
And
extremely reasonable.
and then for any, and then I think after 10 patches, it's $10 patch, because
Wow.
now it's a bulk kind of order situation. So it's really easy, and you just send me the picture, and that's, I so far haven't had to turn anybody away for any weird or pictures that don't align with my values.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
that's, if I'm sponsoring Pride, then there are some things that I am not going to run, but those are few and far between, and not really the people who come to seek me out. So
yeah. I feel like I need to come up with reasons to need custom patches now. That's awesome. What are I know you said the favors for
mm-hmm.
one thing are like some patches. What were there any other like custom ones that kind of stood out to you um that people have submitted?
I did have a friend who was doing a costume based on the Jedi Fallen Order, and he wanted a patch that was a Cal Kestis's patch, that's sort of a blue and orange
Hmm.
thing. And so I made one for him, and then he shared it in a cosplay group, and so I ended up making, 50 more. Uh,
That's incredible.
And again, it's just that nice little touch that this is
Yeah.
not something that's being sold by major corporation, and it's just this little piece. And it was brought up in the chat that, to pivot back to the fire props for a minute, that there is a couple on Instagram that are an older couple, and they do these really cute couples cosplays. And they were doing a gender bent version of Scarlet Witch and Vision. So gender bending means that you alter the gender of the character. So the male identifying person in this group was doing Scarlet Witch, and the female identifying was doing Vision instead of the other way around. And so they ordered fire props from us, and it was incredible. And they go to Disneyland in their costumes and just look, it's just wonderful. And it thrills me every time that somebody tags me on Instagram or TikTok or whatever with something that I've made for them.
Yeah.
Um, I did make a custom dress not too long ago. That was my first foray into a technique called draping,
Mm.
which is where you take fabric and you put it on your dress form, and then you cut it instead of using a pattern. And so I did make her a very unique, it was extremely one of a kind piece because there's no pattern. I could not recreate it exactly the same way, and was able to do custom embroidery for it. And it was from a vampire movie. So it was this white dress with these chiffon sleeves and this very Romanian inspired pattern on the front of it. And that was a lot of fun. And it was a fun challenge for me to put that together.
That's awesome. Draping sounds a little bit like freehanding, like
Yeah.
a sketch, for
Mm-hmm.
example. Um, could not be me, and that's why people pay you to do that. It's awesome. And yeah, Honey Bear pointed out I've already hit my budget this month on buying things, but I am don't don't tell them, but I am gonna buy a patch for sure. I can find it in the budget. The budget has wiggle room. Um, should it? That's another question that we're not gonna ask. So what since getting into the like cosplay sphere, what has been one of the most unforgettable experiences you've had? Uh, I think you mentioned going LARPing and going camping, beyond the only bringing one pair of socks.
So some of my favorite memories with cosplay is the kids. So one of my
Mm,
first jobs out of college was I was an actress in a touring children's theater company. And so it's one of the best jobs I ever had. And so on Saturdays for Dragon Con, our rule was that we had to do kid friendly costumes. So one year I did a historically accurate Belle and made a historically accurate Prince Adam is the name of the beast
yes,
for
I've
the
seen
Disney
those
nerds.
pictures.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's great.
And my dress took 3 months to make. His took about a week, and everybody wanted pictures with him.
Terrible.
But we ended up connecting with some other Disney cosplayers there at Dragon Con and grew this group of people wanting to take pictures with just the whole group. And these children would come up to us to have their pictures
Oh.
taken with us. And I had one little girl run up to me and give me a huge hug and look me right in the eye and said, "I'm going to your house next week." And her mom said that they were going
Oh,
to Disney and
precious.
kind of off to the side. So I told her that I couldn't wait to see her and that I would see her next week. And it just made her day. And it made my day
Yeah.
too. I did a Spider-Man, animated Spider-Man one year, and had a little boy run up to me and give me a high five. And I said, "Stay in school, kid." And he said, "I will now." And then he ran away. So hopefully it was not just Spider-Man that encouraged his child to stay in school, but who knows?
Listen, when grad school gets tough, it's definitely gonna be like Spider-Man told me to stay in school.
Spider-Man told me to stay in school when I was 6 years old. So
Incredible. Incredible.
so
That's
yeah,
great.
the kids are absolutely my favorite part of it. Or the grown kids, the adults who I like to do sometimes the not as well known cosplay. So I did a Madame Mask, which is an Iron Man villain based off of a 1970s comic when she first appeared. And so she doesn't look that way anymore. Like her costume has changed. But I had a grown man come up to me and say how much he appreciated. Again, we were talking about the
Oh.
attention to detail. That was his first comic. Madame Mask was his first comic book villain, and he was so excited to see that walking around in 3D. And there were 5 people who knew who I was. But for that one person, like that made his weekend that somebody had the time and care to do
Yeah,
that and that he was able to experience it. So those are the really special moments for me, are those personal connections.
absolutely. That's great. How do you find what gives you inspiration? How do you find inspiration for your thing?
Um, I I really don't know. That is a good question. Um, I like I like aesthetics of a lot of things.
Hmm.
So picking, classic comic book characters because I like the way that they look. I like the way that they're drawn. Um, and knowing that you pick things that speak to me on that personal level. And like Belle was very influential with me as a small child,
Hmm.
being a brown haired girl who reads and didn't have a lot of friends. Like that was, I mean, she was basically me. Um, So being able to do that, I don't really have like dream cosplays, so to speak,
Mhm.
but doing things that are fun with Isan and doing things that are fun with friends, doing, group cosplays are always fun. And with the on the business side of things, looking for the underserved people.
Mhm.
And so my friend who was just devastated by this business owner who was not helping her in the way that she needed to be helped, and the pride patches of being able to help people express themselves in a way that is this cross section of the pride community and also this nerdier community that is into the anarchy of it all and the punk of it all.
Yeah.
And so just trying to find those holes where I can help. And that's one of my driving forces is I want to help people
Yeah.
and use the talents that I have to help the people I can. Very
Commendable.
savvy.
I mean, you're speaking my language. So absolutely. Um, if there was one thing that you could, I'm always my partner hates it when I ask favorites questions or like things like that. Those you narrow it down. So I'm now starting to hear that, and I'm like, maybe not one thing. Like, what is something that you would like to see more of in this industry?
I would love to see more, and there is some, but I would love to see more body representation in cosplay. Um, I'd love to see different types of people getting into it and enjoying it. I'm friends with the people who run Cosplay Your Way, which is a great resource for cosplayers of color,
Mm,
and I love working with them and being able to, because I know how important it is to see when I was a kid to have people who looked like me doing things that I wanted to do. Being a young girl in the science fiction community was not a really friendly place, and it
yeah.
was because it's very much a boys club and
Mhm.
usually an old guys club. So walking in with my embarrassingly encyclopedic knowledge of Star Wars before 2001, and being told that I don't belong, and trying to play Magic the Gathering in high school and being told that girls don't play this game, that I don't want anybody else to have to go through that. So if there's more of that in nerddom in general, seeing more female game designers and having the recognition that women do belong at the table, running it and writing it and designing it and playing it, and that people of color belong, that this is an inclusive space, and that's the whole point of the nerd subculture, is that the bonds of friendship are forged in the fact that we don't want to be at the sports ball games and that we don't want to watch football, and that there are these are other things that we're interested in, and that's what should bring us together and not superficial things like how you look.
Yeah. Yeah. It's where the kind of uh socially kind of outcasted people find family.
Mm-hmm.
Um yeah. And uh yeah, I think that's great. I think um as you talked about like body representation, I'm wondering, and it's okay if you don't. I know I'm just springing this question on you because I just kind of think of a thing and then I ask it. But like, have you had any like experience or thoughts around um uh, cosplay for people who are differently abled, for cosplay costumes
Yeah,
or
so
props or yeah.
absolutely. And that's part of the reason that I engineered the fire props the way I did, is because they can be held in a hand, they can be worn on a wrist, they can be attached to a stick or something like that, and that it is a one-handed operation to turn them on. It doesn't require battery packs. It doesn't require any sort of extra wires. Children can operate it because it's
Hmm.
very, very
You
simple.
need a lot of fine motor skills.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And trying to think of that. And when I am creating new products, that I'm trying to think of how easy it can be for somebody to use it. And I've always been very passionate about accessibility. So being able to bring that into some of the designs, and so looking at, I'm currently prototyping a cosplay hood, name pending, that that is just a hood. So you could wear it on your stream, and having holes in the sides for the headphones. So you
Incredible.
don't have to worry about the hood slipping up or down. It would just, or if you're wearing prosthetic ears or horns or something like that, that you can still have that emphasis without it getting drowned out by this hood. But one of the challenges with the hoods is that they are a single piece. So you have to be able to pull it over your head. So I'm currently researching different ways to make it so it's got a clasp in the front, or that it is some sort of detachable so that it could be operated with one hand, or something along those lines. So that's definitely something that I try to keep in mind. When I do custom costumes for folks, I will ask what side they want their buttons and zippers on, which is a weird question, but there's actually a difference between male and female designs for
I
pants.
learned that last week and it blew my mind. Yes.
So when somebody asks me to make them a costume and it has, prominent buttons, or it's going to have zippers, that I ask them, what side do you want it on? Because this is something that you're wearing and you should be comfortable in it. And so I had somebody where I asked them, and they wrote me back and they said, I can't believe you made me cry over zippers. Nobody's asked me that question ever in my life. And like that's
a
just
lot.
what I live for.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we run out of time, and Billy Berserker mentioned it also in the comments. You did mention game design, and I do want to hear about any projects you're currently working on, but specifically the game that you're designing. So
Yes.
please dish. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So there is this game system. It's called Cortex, and the current iteration is Cortex Prime, and it is a super cool building engine. So it's not actually a game system, but it's all the tools you need to build your own game. And there's actually going to be our first fan convention called Cortex Con, which is going to be completely online November 3rd through 5th. And they're going to be opening up to general people to play in games on next Monday. So if you're a member of the Discord server for Cortex Prime, you can go sign up now. And if you're not, you can bookmark it and it'll be open to you next week. I am running a game of High School Apocalypse, which is the game that I've designed. And I'm also going to be running a build a game panel where we can go through, and I'm leaning towards Barbie right now, that we build a game with Barbie.
Oh,
but
dude, Barbie's so unheard of. Who's even heard of Barbie?
Who's even heard of Barbie? So the High School Apocalypse game, again, my love of post-apocalyptic scenarios. Mm-hmm. That the scenario is that you're a bunch of high schoolers and the apocalypse has basically very recently happened, and how you survive. And there is a table, there's a chart where you can roll to randomize your apocalypse. And if you don't have one in mind, you can build one as a table. And you get to be high schoolers who have no superpowers, who have they're just, the couple of play tests that I've done have been a lot of people either playing who they were in high school or who they wish they were in high school. So that's been a lot of fun.
Those do feel like the two options. Yeah.
Right. And because Cortex Prime is not as crunchy as a system like Shadowrun, that it has a lot more leeway for things that are more story driven. Mm-hmm. And gives a lot more room for that yes-anding kind of play style. Yes. The artwork for it is by the very talented Amber Bell, who has also done artwork.
We love
her. We love her artwork. We're here for it. Mm-hmm. So the pre-production version that is in the prize pack for this week, sorry, I forgot words, will include a pre-production version that is basically the bare bones of it. It'll have the beautiful character sheet that she designed in the back. and we'll have the rules, and things may change, but I will send you this copy, and I'll even sign up for it if you
Spectacular.
want.
Yeah, yes, I do want. I absolutely want. Yes, thank you. um, wow. Well, I can talk to you whenever I want, but for those who can't, where can we find you? Where can we hear more from you? All those things.
Absolutely. So we are the Geek Forge. Thegeekforge.org is our primary website. We're also on Etsy at thegeekforge.etsy.com. And you can find us on Facebook at The Geek Forge. We do have a Facebook group, which is The Geek Forge, The Forge, because I like a good theme. And we are on Instagram at Geek Forge. We're on TikTok at Geek Forge. We're on Twitter, but I don't really post there a whole lot. So Facebook, we also have an email list you can sign up for if you go to the website, geekforge.org, if you want to hear about special discounts and quarterly updates, just about. So any of those places.
Good. Awesome. I will bug you on most of those places, probably. Well, um, Jen, it's been spectacular to get to have a conversation with you. It's been too long. And it's cool that all of our NPCs got to be here too.
We love a class reunion.
We love it. We love it. So we're getting close to the top of the hour. It was lovely speaking with you. Thank you for all you do and the energy that you put into loving the gaming community well. It's really appreciated.
Thank you so much for having me, and I love you all.
Beautiful. All right, NPCs, don't forget, we have a wonderful giveaway of a Geek Forge gamer pack. Thank you so much to Jen and to the Geek Forge for contributing an awesome prize. Type hashtag RenPC in the chat for your free entry to win. And don't forget to get bonus entries. All the funds help us pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. You can also pick up t-shirts and merch at our Etsy store. It's www.remalternis.com/Etsy. Subscribe. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for joining. Oh, I have to do homework. Thank you all for joining. Now on to today's episode of Emerald Glitch. See you there, NPCs.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated
Obviously.
and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood, we mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
92 times.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. Channel points, I believe it is 500 points, gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Hello there. And welcome back to another episode of Shadowrun Emerald Glitch Season 2. I'm your host, Game Master for this game of Shadowrun, Max from Original Box Set, hanging out here with the guys from Alternis. Say hi, people.
Hello.
Hey. And we've been back from a little bit of a stint. There's been stuff going on. You guys been hanging out, watching the cool interviews beforehand. We got a lot of Kickstarters going too. But tonight we have our normal prize that we're dealing with. And it is Broquitos. No, it's not. It is Chumber Chimichangas. No, not those either. Maybe it's Taco Tuesday. Amber knows. I'm just going to sit and be quiet now.
Thanks, Max. So this week's giveaway is brought to you by my Gen Con TV Shadowrun 60 Emerald Glitch Season 1 castmate, Jen Pawley, and the CEO and founder of the Geek Forge. You've probably seen ads for her business during our commercial breaks. The Geek Forge was kind enough to donate a Geek Forge Gamer Pack, which includes a hat, pin, stickers, and the pre-production version of her Cortex Prime game, High School Apocalypse. This is a really, really special giveaway in my opinion, and it's not because I did the artwork for it. And the only way to win is by typing in #RemPC in the chat. That gets you one entry. You can get bonus entries for every 100 bits you donate to the channel, and if you subscribe right now, you get 7 bonus entries. Donating bits does a lot more than just enter you in to win the giveaway. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a NERP, which allows us to add 3 dice to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and for 500 bits, you can give a player 4 edge to use. So be our lifeline tonight and become a winner in the process. The winner of the giveaway is going to be announced at the very end of our stream, and you'll be contacted via Twitch Whispers by a moderator to get it to you. Gotcha, boys. You didn't get me.
I really, for a moment, it really looked like it was going to happen this time.
So close.
I even tried out a new formula just for you today.
Mm.
It was old man trying to figure out computer.
Well, anybody got anything else, or should we just go ahead and get started? No? Okay.
Let's
All right.
roll, Maestro.
A slow commuter train comes to a stop, squeaking, groaning, pops, bangs, a spark flies from above it. The crackle of thunder rolls through the night sky. Trash blows along the street outside of the stairs that lead from the underground train's platform, and a lone figure moves up from the platform to the street. As the wind whips, she closes her jacket and begins looking around. Sound in the distance keys her into her small pocketbook, where she pulls out a black square case and begins unfolding it. It messes for a moment or two, and a umbrella-like device begins to unfold, but then the wind picks up and grabs it and rips it off the rest of the box. As she realizes it's not going to function too well, she throws the device to the ground. Not being completely destroyed, it thrashes about in a weird dance kind of way as it tries to perform the last of its functions, and she hustles away from its remnants, making her way down the street. Pulling out her comm device, she brings up the AR around her and starts plotting out a course, laying with arrows and whatnot, bringing up most recent transactions. Plethora of advertisement begins popping up at the dark hour that she's careening down on her path. With a moment of pause, she looks down, and in the artificial reality that is generated for only her to see, and those who are also watching could possibly glimpse icons and other imageries, her gaze falls upon the clock that reads 9:59. and the seconds are blurring by. A sudden surprise fills her face. Panic almost, as she clicks onto one of the icons in the map and begins running in that direction. The sound of the wall of water can be heard as she hustles toward the Stuffer Shack. Inside the Stuffer Shack, it's a comfortable environment. The building is an old stone building made of concrete and mortar and rebar. It was at one point a garage, and before that it was a place where people donated plasma, and before that it was a place where people sold grocery, and before that it was a place where just sold cigarettes and bubble gum, and before that. This building's been standing for quite some time. The door itself has multiple layers of paint. On some days when it slams shut, tiny pieces of rainbow-colored latex falls to the ground by the door, and the drone whose job it is to come out and vacuum it up knocks them all over the place because it doesn't function that well, but it tries. Got to give it some credit. And in this small building where there are several aisles, 4 to be exact, a collection of commodities. We can call them commodities. Plastic bags and boxes filled with a varieties of sugary soy, krill, potato, pre-processed vegetable matter of some type with a variety of spices and organic material grown in a lab or in the butthole of an animal. I'm looking at you, fake vanilla. That's right. Ugh. And if you know, you know. A man probably in his a human probably in his mid-40s, guides our Amber through the frozen section and the cold goods. Nearby, a drone follows with a stock of material set upon it. Different types of drinks and whatnot that need to be stacked. This drone is powerful. It's able to lift 12 cases of sparkly fizz whatever. I forgot the list. We have a list of names. And the drone's falling behind. And there's plenty of room for the drone to move because it only needs millimeters on either side to avoid all obstacles and whatnot. But it makes it a very cramped area. All right, so you've got over here, this is where the Mountain Fizz goes. This is where the Diet Mountain Fizz goes. And this is where the blood gets put up here. You got the Diet blood goes on top. In the middle section, you're going to want your A, B, and then the O's. The O's go down here. Negative is always on the left. Positive is always on the right. Make sure the labels are facing front. Now, past the blood, you always want to stock the milk. Milk crates go down to the bottom, and the jugs go on top. The drone pulling up behind you, you see that it is shuffled around on its stack, the soy milk, so that it can be put up. And right next to the soy milk, slush little jars of red fluid. The manager, whose name is Carl, looks to you and says, "Any questions?"
No.
All right. I appreciate you taking over this shift. I know Sonomish is not your area, but every once in a while we get some customers late at night, especially the vampires. They tend to come around about 3 a.m. right before the rain ends and stuff like that. So just be watching out for them. Stay in the cage. Stay in the cage, okay?
Sure.
We don't have insurance to cover you if you get bit.
It's still the standard safety protocols, right?
Yeah, but Aztec provided us. I've read your file, so we are all provided. But hey, let's just give you a walk behind the counter. I'll walk you through all the digital payouts and whatnot. And he does. You get back there, and they've got the cigarettes, like the long hauls, and a variety of other things that sell from behind the counter. Some medications like for aspirin, and if you're having the shakes and stuff like that. But behind the counter also, there's a in case of emergency box sitting down, and he opens it up and says, and in case of emergency, he pops it up and he says, company issued, and it's a pistol. And it's got a beautiful stuffer shack across the side of it. It is not monogrammed, like painted. It says stuffer shack. Aztec provides every stuffer shack with at least 3 La Mata Rapidos. And there's a clip in there. Not like it's going to do anything to a vampire if they come through here, but I mean, these steel bars should definitely hold them back. When he moves the steel bars, you notice the concrete that has bound them on either side shakes and bits crumble out of it onto the floor. You know how to use a Rapido?
Yeah,
Okay.
I went through the training a long time ago.
All right, while you're here and there's no one working and you've got all the shelves stocked, you've got some training courses you need to catch up on. Just slide into the system and then go to the... And he brings up his HUD into AR and begins making hand gestures that mean nothing to you. Just come over here to this section and you do this drop-down menu, and you're going to have to relog in and probably make a new password and stuff, because, I mean, you have not really been active in the system. And there was those 2 wipes that happened, so most likely your stuff is all gone anyways. So just log in, make a new password, go down to this list, and no, it's right. Are you watching? I'm pointing right here. Okay, anyways, that's where all your learning lessons are.
Has not upgraded my system since unfreezing me, so I don't know what you're up to.
What? What are you telling me?
What are you not comprehending?
Just open your interface and go onto the Aztec site. Like this, you just do it.
I have no AR. 40 years have passed.
What? Scheiße. Oh, frack. All right,
Yeah, I'm your grandmother, buddy.
No, you're not.
I am
You
like your
can't.
grandmother, buddy. You read my file, right?
Yeah, it just said you're a transfer. What are you talking about?
Oh boy. Okay. All right. I know I'm an elf, so I look really young no matter what, but I'm pretty old, and I've got your grandma's tech.
Okay. Let me just look in the FAQ and see what it says to do about this. So he wanders off. Just man the front area, I'll be back. And about this time, the rain hits the front windows. Now, the windows are covered with poster boards and stickers and neon lights and whatnot, but when it hits, it's a slam. Like somebody runs up, palms out, and whacks the front of the building. And probably a few seconds after that, you see a woman coming through the rain. She's no longer running, as I described in the intro, but she's walking up to the door. And she's pushing the door open and coming in. And the flood of water just comes along with her. Not because of the floor's foul shape or anything, but because she is just soaked from top to bottom. The first 30 seconds after 10 o'clock, it just happens all at one time. It is a horizontal wall. And you've heard people say that's roughly about 30,000 gallons per 100 square meters or so. It's a ridiculously large number. Small children get knocked unconscious if they're in the wrong place. If it happens, you kind of look up and you want to make sure this is what you've been told, especially from 2 fingers. Make sure to look up, and if there's a slant of roof or something and you're right underneath it, that's even more water that's about to hit you. Just get away from it or get under it and stuff like that. She comes in, water goes across the floor, she's dripping, she looks up to you. I need an umbrella drone. Do you have one? Mine just broke.
Sure. It's out there. You can just look. It's over there.
What shelf? Where's it at? And she starts looking around.
Yeah, over there. Keep going. And I get inside the cage because
Okay.
this person walked through the rain instead of ran through the rain into the building, and that's insane. So
She got caught in the rain, so it definitely looks like it's kind of like a this is not an okay moment. But as she begins walking around, where? I can't find them. Where are these drones? I need an umbrella drone. I need one of the rain drones because I've got to go back out there. And
is there a catalog or something, like a list of where things are supposed to be?
yes, you see a web address, an AR address listed next to the computer. The register box thing now, where it tells you to go online and look up the catalog.
Okay, wait, does it have the thing like the one big tool brand home improvement store that we all know about, Color Orange, and the app opens up and it tells you the aisle and the bay and everything?
At that site online, yes.
Okay, I do it.
Okay, so you pull out your comm and start punching away. Seconds pass between when she asked you and you started looking. She's like, do you find it yet? Because she's like sorting through things and whatnot, annoyed at this point in time because the fast food restaurant, fast gas station attendant situation has taken more than 45 seconds of her life. It doesn't take, just punch, punch, punch. Patience is a virtue. Make a willpower test for her. Oh, she failed that one. And she's like, come on. Is it this one? And she pulls up a black box, and then she pulls up another. Or is it this one? I can't really tell. Which one of these is the drone?
Bring him over. Bring him over here.
All right, she brings them over. Sets them both onto the counter.
Which one's the drone, Max?
Perception check. At least 2. Maybe I should get into the roll 20 so I can see dice rolls and stuff, since I am the game master.
$11 dice, 2 hits. There you go. That was close.
The one on the left is the drone. The one on the right is an adult toy.
You want this one. And then I take the adult toy and I put it down away.
Right. Thank you. All right. So you slide it across the machine, and in virtual reality, an AR display of a price pops up, and then she holds out her comm to you.
I run it.
What? How? 40 years ago, you knew that it was cards or cred sticks and stuff like that. This woman's handing you her comm. Or maybe she's not. You don't know what she's doing. Like, what is she doing? This is alien.
I'm just pretending that it's like wallet pay, and I just run it. I scan it also.
You take her phone and you run it by the scanning device?
Yeah.
All right.
Tap to pay. Whatever.
Sure. All right, it makes a series of beeping noises. Everything does. The scanning device, her phone. She says thank you and then holds her hand out for the phone. She seems confused. Then she picks up her drone.
Did it pay? Did a receipt come out?
No. You if it did, you don't see it.
Does the screen say that it's been paid for?
What screen? There is no screen. It's
there's
just
no
a
there's
box.
There's no light that's transaction complete.
It's all in artificial reality. All of it. There's just a box sitting beside you at this point in time. It made noise. She takes it, pops open the box, and starts fiddling around with the umbrella drone. It immediately springs to life and begins making its normal startup commands and comments to her as she waves her phone toward it. It makes beeping noise, the phone does, and the drone does too, but they seem a lot more an agreeable tone in comparison to what the machine just made for you.
I call our call immediately.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
This is all during our time off, right?
Mhm.
He picks up, just panting. What do you need?
Okay, we'll circle back to why you sound like this. Question: when people pay for things, how do they pay for things?
Did it beep?
It made this noise, and then I reenact the sound.
Make a sound up. Just make one up.
Beep.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Just don't swipe it again. Whatever you do. But okay. I'm gonna get back to what I'm doing.
Keep the line open. Thank you. Bye. And I hang up.
Arcole is now sneak watching through her eyes.
Okay. Maybe set it up on some sort of like AR television so every once in a while you can look over and see what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a back door into my eyeballs.
And now that you've got some new eyeballs, that looks nice. Like gone from 1080 to 4K. All right. The large man comes back out from the back room as the drone rises above the woman and kind of starts to hover. She opens the door looking at the rain, and the drone begins to move out before her as she's walking out. The small cleanup drone dashes into the front area and begins sliding all over the floor, trying to suck up the water, but instead just starts spreading it all over the place. Manager doesn't even pay attention to this travesty over here. He just says, remember to put out a caution wet floor sign right there. And don't expect that little thing to actually succeed at cleaning anything up. It's a piece of crap. Been meaning to get it fixed, but, corporate hasn't sent down enough money for that purpose. All right. Sets up a briefcase-looking thing in front of him. I did some digging around, and apparently this is called a cyber terminal. And he pops it open. The box pops open, and inside is a cyber terminal. You, me, and everybody sitting here and watching us know this is called laptops. In Shadowrun, they call them cyber terminals. And it's a cyber terminal with a monitor. So, apparently, this thing has a screen on it. And he pulls it out of the box. There's a cord for charging it and stuff like. You're completely familiar with this stuff. This looks like a pretty decent cyber terminal that you're familiar with. You've used stuff like this. This is UTech. And he begins to plug it in. The dude's, he was born definitely after you went to cold storage, so or right around the same time. So what tech this is ancient to him. He begins punching buttons and playing around with it, trying to plug in the power to a USB port and everything. He's gonna make a computer roll. Oh, he glitched. He moves the screen a little bit and it makes a strange popping noise. Very similar to the sound of the LCD screen snapping. All right. The instruction manual says you can log in on this and go through your training manuals. So I'll let you have at it.
Is it broken?
It's not on. He didn't turn it on. He doesn't know how. He was born after power buttons were done away with. Most of the devices he ever deals with, You just wave one of your comm links or something at it, and it turns on just by mere presence.
To the viewers out there, watch this. Sir, do you think you could turn that on for me?
All right, he wakes his hand and he waves it around. Takes his comm and like waves it at it for a moment or two. No. There's got to be a manual around here somewhere. I'll
Well,
go
I mean,
online and see what I can find.
Yeah. Because if you can't do it, I certainly can't do it.
All right. So he wanders back to his office, leaving you alone in your metal cage with your ancient laptop.
I read some magazines.
All right. Are you entertaining Arcole?
Sorry, minorly running around in the tech side. I'm double decking right now.
Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's sitting there holding the instructions for how to turn it on, but instead just enjoying while he is just watching all of his calisthenic videos. You know.
Nice. All right. Maybe an hour passes or so before it becomes evident he's either not returning or he's snuck out the back door to go home because the light in the office is out. Or maybe he fell asleep. But you're in an iron cage, so you don't know. And roughly around this time, a small group of kids, about 15 to 16, they come rushing up. They don't have drones or anything like that. You know, it's probably 10 after 11 or so. And they all come rushing in very quickly. Humans and orcs. The children probably are between 15 and 16. They rush in, yelling stuff like, "Oh man, hey, let's go get something to snack on. There's got to be..." All that here and saying, "I'm going to get me an RBD." Yeah. Or, "Hey, let's get some of those cheesy fireballs." And so they come rushing into the store and begin milling about very quickly. Kids probably from lower income families, wage slaves who are just trying to make it by, begin milling around and picking up food items and other things off the shelf.
Is there a lock button for the door from in the cage?
No, for insurance reasons.
All right, I get out of the cage and I browse the front of the store near the door.
All right. Do you want to do anything else while you're browsing?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on them, like secretly.
Cool. But do you want to roll dice?
Yeah.
Or just like stare at them?
Perception. I'll roll
Yeah.
perception.
Let's do that one. I would like to see at least 2 to notice them pilfering things.
Okay, so I have vision enhancement, which gives me +1 die, and then I have audio enhancement, which gives me +1.
Okay.
2. How many did I need?
2. You definitely see one of the young orcs take a package of puffy soy balls, it's like some sort of sugary soy ball, and stuff it into an inner coat pocket on an aisle that's near you, like almost straight-eyed. They tried. Credit where credit's due. They tried.
Anyone else stealing anything else?
Not from what you can see.
Cool. I wait for them to go line up to pay.
They do. a collection of drinks, Twizzlers, and krill jerky sticks and whatnot. And one that looks kind of old goes, "Hey, I need a pack of long hauls."
What's the age for that in this world?
18.
You got an ID?
He does. Whips out his comm and activates his ID for you. Now, to determine if an ID is real, a license is real and stuff, you have to either do a perception or have some sort of electronic computer counter surveillance thing kicking for you. Yeah, exactly. A fake SIN. So if this is a fake SIN, that's either a perception roll, and we'll put the difficulty at the SIN's rating, +2, or if you're going to use like some electronic scanning techniques that a Decker would know, we'll set it at a 2.
Okay, I'll do my classic, like I would in real life, is just use my eyeballs and then double check using a thing. So I'm gonna send Arcole a message that says, "Hey, can you check this and see if it's fake or not?"
Oh yeah, no. During all of this, seeing that pop up, on the screen, he's already ready to be receiving a call from Nova at this point.
Would you want to preemptively make that matrix perception test to...
Yes. As soon as that call runs through, that is absolutely what I'm on.
With my eyes, I get 3 hits. I might spend 2 edge to turn
It
it
looks
to a
pretty
5.
real. I
I've
mean,
got
it
6
says
hits.
this kid is 32 years old.
It says he's 32.
Yeah, it says he's 32. He does have a mustache, a thicker mustache in the picture than he does in real life.
That's mine too, but I'm not 32.
So 6 hits. This fake ID is flagged by Ares Security Corp, Lone Star, Hooper. It's been passed around quite a bit. It's got several misdemeanors listed on it. So yeah, like the name's McLovin. Harry McLovin. So this Harry McLovin has got several misdemeanors, and there's a lot of flags on it as being counterfeit identification.
Is there is this digital? Like, so like is there like the
Are you
equivalent
asking me to
of
cut the card?
Yeah, cut the card situation?
It is digital. It's on his comm. No, there is not a cut card option. That would be a bit more invasive, something that only maybe a Decker could do, or the police.
Can I edit file through
yeah.
Nova? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to put up a stupid cartoonish looking image of scissors and slice that card in half. In front in the projection.
Okay, so unfortunately Nova won't see it, but well, I'm sure you could make it also show up display on the comm itself. This isn't necessarily an edit file. Something like that you could do without question, making images like that appear. You're definitely going to want to like destroy the file on the phone.
Mhm.
The phone's got a firewall of 1 and a defense value of 1, so you're looking at it has 2 dice to resist you. And so you're going to do gosh, I would just say data spike it.
Got it. And I do have an expertise in cyber combat.
Destroyed. Describe it for us.
A massive image of extremely cartoony scissors specifically made to make this kid angry pop up and in his AR vision, and slices the card in half, and then those 2 pieces of the card thus break and deteriorate into a bunch of tiny little fragments that fall to the ground. And of course, a very low res image of this also gets sent to Nova's phone.
The Mr. McLovin, Harry McLovin, stares at his comm. He's like, I have no idea what just happened. Where'd my ID go? You saw an ID here. I need those long hauls. All right, so now he's going to try to influence you. Charisma, because he's a child, there's a 2. He's probably got 1 dice because he lies to his parents, so we'll give him 3 dice to roll. How does 3 dice sound? Good? 1 success to convince you to let him buy the long hauls.
What do I need to roll in retaliation, or?
I do believe it was an intuition and perception to realize you're being lied to, especially at this moment in time. And you could probably buy what you need. You got to match or beat.
Judge intentions.
That's the one I was thinking
Judge
about.
intentions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, kid, you're not getting anything. Also, you're paying for his puppies. And I point out at the little thief.
He's like, I'm not a kid. I've got a job. I work for the corpse.
Okay.
He tries
sure.
one more time.
You
I'm
know
gonna
what?
give him a penalty.
Actually, sure. Sure, go ahead. And I ring up the long hauls.
Mm-hmm. And it airs out. Because there's no ID on there for it to pass. He said, can't you just, like, make this go away? Come on, lady.
You know what? I pull out my ID.
Mm-hmm.
So I can ring up the long hauls.
Okay. When you swipe your ID, the long hauls pop up. They're going to give you the cash. But you can definitely tell everyone's face is, like, staring at whatever they're seeing in AR. And our Cole, you see her age pop up.
Just over the phone. I go, Christ, you are a dinosaur. And then immediate hang back up. That call was strictly for the diss.
I send him a text message and it's just 3 knife emojis.
All right.
And then I tell the kid to hand over his comlink so he can pay for it.
Okay. Does.
Okay, I take it.
Mm-hmm.
I ring up the cheesy poops, delete the long hauls, and I scan the comlink, and then I throw it and say, get out of here.
They take their hard-earned win and hustle out.
They didn't get a win.
What?
They didn't get a win.
Okay, what would you...
I made the pay for the cheesy poofs or whatever, and then I got rid of the long hauls. He's not getting that. And then I threw his comlink on the ground.
Okay, fair enough. They snag their stuff and they head out. Do make me a perception check, though.
No!
This is eyeball related, not noise related. Okay. One of the individuals who is a young orc has talismans on them. And you know what you see. You've been in that environment. You've touched and been around people who can wave their little fingers and make stuff float away. It was not the orc who took the cheesy balls. It was another orc who just paid for her stuff. But she's got talismans, real talismans, like a beaded bracelet around her wrist that has the right stuff in it. You know, but you don't know what it means. It's like looking at something going, that's written in Latin, or that's written in Cyrillic. and you know it, you have no idea what it says. And the kids dash off into the night. The rest of your shift is, from my opinion, going to be very pleasant. Was there anything else you wanted to do on this little brief encounter that helps share a slice of life of Duffer Shack?
Okay, in classic Nova fashion, she's gonna have some soy chips on the house and a candy bar. And she's gonna tidy up and then lock up when she's
Awesome.
done.
This is a 24/7, so there's no lock up. You're here till 3.
I'm
when you get
emotionally
relieved.
locked up. I'm emotionally locked up when she's done.
No, this is a 24/7, so emotionally you lock yourself in the cage and hang out. About the 3 a.m. hour, maybe there's a bit of tension and thought of the fact that there might be vampires swinging by, but nothing happens. In, out, the whole night just does, normal. It is strange to, I can say that, but I would rather ask, how does Nova feel about stocking blood types onto a shelf? Flavored blood types. They're not-
Vampires are people too.
Okay.
The forbidden iced tea.
As a side note, when you said diet blood, I laughed because there's actually a band that my friend started named Diet Blood.
Well, cheers to them.
They're really good. Everyone should check them out.
Diet blood. Less than 100 calories.
Nah, my blood is like gravy, man.
I was like, yeah, what's the BMI of like the harvestee to like to denote them as like a diet blood?
I can't even count that low as far as BMI goes, so I wouldn't know.
They have like the perfect cholesterol levels.
Very true. Very true. So, in also this downtime, there was a moment in which a long trip was taking place by Convoy and his entourage. And I kind of want to do that for a short period of time before we move over to Steel Tiger. And that's where we'll then do the whole group thing moving forward. But this is a conversation that I'm sure everybody's itching to have. So, you were on a road trip for a variety of different things that you were doing, as we've discussed. One of those periods of times was a road trip. And you weren't by yourself. You're never by yourself, honestly. But this time you were physically not by yourself. And while he didn't really care what music you played, he has started wearing your clothes, and it's kind of off. I don't know how you feel about that, but he's definitely put on Convoy's clothes. His accent is not as strong as yours, and yeah. So you're on this trip. You're heading south out of Seattle, going to Portland. And it just happens. He goes, I've come to the conclusion that you are not a previous model. This is after maybe a month or so. This wasn't like days. This took time. And he just, middle of a song, he reaches over, turns it down, and goes, I've come to the realization you're not one of the earlier models. I think I want to talk about that.
All right. What do you want to talk about?
Well, you're not one of the original models. And I've looked as far as it goes for all the earlier models, and none of them are full organic. All of them are either a synthetic or a mixture like myself. And I want to talk about what you said when we first met. You said you were the original.
Well, I was sort of the original. I guess your program is probably is based a lot off of me. Kind of. But I reckon there's a little bit more subtlety to it. It's going to take a little bit to understand, but it was based off of my brother. It was off my personality.
Where is he now? Your personality, your brother.
I don't know.
Did you guys had a fight?
No, he was taken from me. I reckon he's probably wherever he's. Well, some form of him is around. Wherever you came from, probably.
And refresh Max's memories. It's Lone Star.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Lone Star, yeah.
I am a Lone Star product. He looks like he's got that mouth hanging open. There's a moment where he's like he's about to talk, and like the functions, if you know drones, and like that's a super complicated function to have a drone go. He's about to express a thought or an idea, but then he stops. Okay. And he turns the music back on abruptly.
We can talk more when you're ready.
He turns the music back off. I'm confused even more. In my manual, it says that we are a digital construct that was created, built by Lone Star to be a variety of skilled individual personalities to assist people in a variety of different ways. I'm supposed to be a driver and a bodyguard for a Catherine Vaught. I'm not. I'm here. And you are too. And I don't understand why. There was supposed to be an upload program that would help me understand, but it never happened.
Did we happen to grab anything else that was in that?
No, you guys did
Crate?
not grab
We didn't get a
anything in
chance
that
now.
crate. It is still probably sitting in the entranceway of Subfabrica 9. Unless it has been scrapped by the dwarfs. Which is possible.
Well, I reckon I'll see if I can find some updates that might help. But I don't reckon you'll be going back to Catherine Vaught. Is there anything else you remember about that assignment?
I was to be a driver and a bodyguard, and it is my responsibility to be with her, and that's it. I was to receive a download. And he brings up in AR like a variety of programs and files and a variety of things. Like, I can't express it to you as a player, but I can express it to you as the character. It was the opening series of events that's supposed to happen when he gets turned on. And he gets turned on when he comes, when the box is open and the first person touches him. That's it. The first person that touches him was supposed to be Catherine Vaught. Supposed to be.
Supposed to be me.
Yeah, but Did Steel Tiger really want a naked Willy running around behind him?
Nah.
And so, since you touched him, your biometrics are logged in there. Your actual biometrics. Because I don't think you have fake fingertips and stuff like that. Because you reached in and touched the bot. Yeah. That's logged in. Which answers a plethora of other questions like, why is he still here? Also, as it's going through the load up and process, thinking back of what everything was happening at that point in time, there's a correlation. At some point, there's a transmission ended line, and he points it out to you, where signal just completely dissipated. Going back through your personal comm and information as you guys were having this nice long drive, that corresponds exactly with the same time when those large metal doors went. And then you guys were sealed underground for several hours. He doesn't know what that download was supposed to be. But when he came back outside, he received this message, which is after the period of constant, him going, hey, where's my program? Where's my program? A message came through, a message from his internal workings said, since the program information was never received, we are going to fall back to default mode and begin assimilating around him. There's more details to that your character's going to have to take a moment, and I'm assuming during this downtime you would. And to kind of briefly summarize, he has no program, he has no information, he has basically a blank slate kind of effect that is descriptive to Willy. And then a skill set that has not been filled because it was supposed to be filled at that point in time. So he knows what he's supposed to be able to do, but he never received those instructions. He knows what he was supposed to protect and supposed to do and what his main role function was, but it never came through because he was underground.
All right, well, I reckon I can get you some updates that'll at least help, but the problem is, since you were based off me, I don't really need the skills that you were originally supposed to be doing. But I'm sure we can find something you like.
I would like anything that you want me to. And I think I did that right. I'll like anything you want me to. And as you kind of nod for a minute, you realize that was in your inflection.
All right. Well, here, and what I'll do is I'll pull up AR. I'll throw over a link to some possible auto softs that he can flick through on this ride to see if anything catches his eye.
Okay. The programs that he's looking for are literally autosofts. It's the same file extension and everything. So if he downloads autosofts, he will have skill rankings in them. And he'll be able to develop and evolve them after a period of time. Long period of time, not like days, but more like months to years of having that autosoft. He will at some point have those skill sets. So the drive is, it's very interesting. And at some point in time, during that wonderful driving moment, as you get a chance to share with him some things that you're interested in and change the music around and start listening to something. Working 9 to 5, go with my living. And he's just like bobbing along and listening to it too as you two are heading south to drop off a crate of stuff that fell off a truck in Seattle, and someone down in Portland bought it from you. Anything else?
I'll probably, at some point during the drive, pull out a small story. I'll tell him one story about Willy. Offhandedly.
do you? So as a game master, do you tell him that he is Willy-ish, the copy of Willy direct? Like, do you draw that line for him, or do you just kind of leave it at this point in time, that vague understanding that he is a copy of a personality or your brother from a time period ago?
I think I treat him as two different people. As
Cool.
I tell a story about Willie as the person, and then him, and probably at the end of it, ask if he likes the name Willie or would like to change it.
At this point in time, you guys have been calling him Willie, if I remember correctly. Yeah. And so he will say, I might have liked that one. It's okay. Unless it's not okay for you to constantly be calling me after your brother. I wouldn't want to, cause you no harm.
Well, that's right here, but I mean, a lot of people got the name Willie, and ain't that unique, so I'll be all right.
All right. And so before we fade away, and while we're gone, the players and I are probably going to talk about a bunch of stuff, including like what to call Willie instead of Willie. But we'll be right back after these commercial breaks from our sponsor. Panic attack. Oh, snap. It's still happening. Why do you do this to us?
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Welcome back, gamers! Before we pick back up, I just want to remind you that tonight you can win the Geek Forge Gamer Pack, which includes a hat, pin, stickers, and the pre-production version of High School Apocalypse, a game created by the owner of the Geek Forge, and it uses Cortex Prime. Now, the only way to win is by typing hashtag RemPC in the chat. That gets you one entry, and then you can get bonus entries for every 100 bits you donate to the channel. And if you subscribe right now, you get 7 bonus entries. Donating bits does a lot more than just enter you in to win the giveaway. For 100 bits, you can give one of us players a nerf, which allows us to add 3 dice to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and for 500 bits, you can give a player 4 edge to use. So make sure you enter into the drawing now and enjoy the rest of the show. The winner of our giveaway will be announced at the end of the episode, and a mod will reach out to you via Twitch Whispers.
Your comm is sitting on the nightstand. You have been up late. Duck came by and he had dropped off a variety of insulating fibers and whatnot that he had found. High quality stuff. He's looking to move it, wanted you to hold on to it. In exchange, he brought along some prepackaged water containers as well as his own carry-around water container. He also, you spent quite a bit of time hanging out with him because it turns out that large burly gun dealer and Duck have a long relationship. Duck knows about Hex Baron, sort of. I mean, he does know of her, but he's not encompassing like this other dude is. So you guys had a chance to talk, and apparently him and this gun dealer used to do a lot of work together. Of course, when Duck finally got a chance to get away from his previous life, and as he refers to it as that spark happened. So it was a late night for you, drinking tea, enjoying his company, talking, making deals, a couple new yen here and there. Customers stayed late. And so your comm's sitting on one of the literary end tables, and it lights up. You get notification from a distance. Your cyberware does not tell you the comm call's coming in. It's just the device sitting over there. Because I don't know. Maybe you do have flashy lights go off on your cerebral cortex to wake you up from an alarm. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, no.
So it's just that comm device making a soft noise at a distance that rouses you from your slumber. It's probably about 5 a.m. when this happens. Looking over, only word on your comm showing you who's calling, it says Shinyu, which means great friend.
Okay. He's gonna roll up out of the bed or pod or whatever whatever it is.
You were in your pod. You were recuperating in your pod.
Yeah. So sit up out of the pod, rub the sleepies out of his eyes, and then kind of like scratch his neck a little bit as he picks up the comm link and calls back Soko.
Takes only a moment when he picks up. Shinyu, greetings.
How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I've been better. A little sore, but I'm hanging in there. So what are you doing calling me this early?
You and I hold a very strong. Our relationship is Tsushio Asenga. And I want to take a moment to see if you can put that relationship of ours to a bit of a test.
I mean, what kind of test are you talking about?
Nothing that I can talk to now. But I will be arriving at the SeaTac at 5:45.
So in 45 minutes?
Yes. I'm not asking you to pick me up, but I will be landing. If you wish for me to meet you somewhere, I can do that. If you wish to meet me there, we can do that. My trust in you is an ever-strong river. It flows always. And so, help me, because what I need help with, I have to have someone I can trust.
Okay. Meet me at the tea shop.
Hi.
Here in a couple hours. Go ahead and take your time, grab something to eat, rest up if you need to. Then I'll see you here in a little bit.
I will send you a missive letting you know when I am about 10 minutes away.
Sounds good.
Doriato Cabo. Yeah. Dory. I got the words right here and I can still screw them up. He says goodbye. Doriato Cabo. Fuck. I'm just not going to try. I'm not going to try. I'm done. I tried. That's why we don't put the tag on the bottom of the show saying that we speak a different language. Because we don't. Doro Omoka. So what do you want to do now? It's early. The pod says you've gotten enough resuscitation that you're good to go. You don't feel good to go. You have that normal drawn back, exhausted feeling behind your eyeballs. Your body feels good, like you could do backflips, but for the most part, your brain is saying that you want to actually lay down.
I'm actually gonna, sweep up around the shop, give it a once over with the old spit and polish. Make sure it's upkept and whatnot.
Okay.
And then he said that he was coming to give me a job, right?
He said he needs your help that will stress your relationship, and that he believes only the strength of your relationship will make this work because he trusts you.
Okay. And then I'll send a text out to the crew to make sure that that they're around and that they're available here shortly, just in case.
Yeah. All right. 5 in the morning, everyone gets that message.
Oh yeah, they're probably all still asleep, slackers.
Probably so.
Nah, I messaged back, need a ride.
One's awake.
So you need a ride? Okay.
45 minutes later, Envoy responds.
We don't sleep, remember?
Oh yeah, that's taking account that we don't asleep. Like he
sleep, but very, very briefly. After that 45 minutes, Arcole finally gets up from his exhaustive state of just nonstop for the last little while, and goes, I'm gonna need a ride too.
Convoy puts it on autopilot and puts his seat way back and rests his eyes while Mama Bear takes control for a while. Taking into account that I have put in a lot of work to stay hidden during our time away, changing the way things look, staying in a safe house for a bit.
Right. Chick gets the color of your eyes, and all of a sudden she's, talking about bringing down the skies around you.
Yeah, my eyes are now unfortunately changed to a very normal green
Okay.
until this is resolved or I find something else I like.
All right, who's going? So your Mama Bear, Mama Bear is going to swing around and pick everybody up. Not that it's truly terribly important, but are you bringing the drone with you?
No, not until he's, I don't know, I guess decided until he has some auto softs, because right now he's just a liability.
Yep.
So he'll stay back at the garage. He's certainly met Randy by now, so
yeah,
Randy will check in on him. But like, I'm sure by this point he's learned a few things about maintenance and stuff, so he could be working on an engine that's up on a block.
Sure. You've left him in some instructions and get him some things to do.
Convoy, I have a question.
Yes, Nova.
Who do you pick up first, me or Arkle?
I pick up Nova first.
Oh, hell yeah. When we go to pick up Arkle, I do the whole lock the door game on him. We waste like 5 minutes.
It's one of those like telltale games. Our Cole will remember that.
Wait,
Nova remembers every dinosaur out there.
Didn't you already do something like that to her?
Probably. I feel like most of my things are just, snarky offhand comments. Making me look a fool. Yeah. Just tiny little things. These, she's upgraded it, so she just needs to know.
She just
Gotcha.
Okay.
I'm a fan.
Me too. I'm a fan of this. Let's see where this goes to. You all arrive at the tea house. Shop. They arrive at the tea shop. Roughly 20-30 minutes later, you get a message from remind me of his name because I gotta write it down so I don't keep screwing this up.
Soko. Soko.
See, and it's easy, and I'm still that person. That's who I am.
It's all good.
20 minutes later, Soko arrives. Give us a description of Soko.
Soko is he is around like 70-year-old Japanese businessman. But he still stands, straight backed and proud. He's got gray hair, and like he's got that whole like the corners of he's like getting a receding hairline, but like he's still rocking it, not like he degaffs, and he's in a very nice suit. He has no visible cyberware or anything that stands out. He just seems like your standard very old guy.
And I'm assuming he's not armed.
He is.
He is armed. Oh, well, then I will say he doesn't look to be armed. Is he wearing businessman clothing? Is he wearing like a business suit? Or is he wearing something more traditional to the Japanese culture?
Oh, he'd probably be wearing a business suit, I would assume. Yeah.
Okay. When he walks in, who is in the front room with you at this point in time?
No. See, they're all banished to timeout in their rooms. I get no. They're everybody.
Go to your room.
Go to your room. I'm
You have
guest.
you haven't called me in so long. I'm absolutely up at the front room, hanging out.
Everybody?
Same.
Cool. So when Soko walks in, he sees you across the room. What do you want to do? How do you want this to be portrayed? Because this is an interaction with a long-standing friend of yours with you in front of this current team.
Iterashama-san, come on in. Come on in.
So he walks across the room and gets over to the table near you and stands in an appropriate attention and waits for you to reciprocate.
All right. He gives him a bow, and then here, have a seat. Have a seat.
He gives a bow as well, and he takes a seat, straightens up the stuff in front of him, and then places his hands into his lap. Shinyu, is it safe to talk?
Yes. They might not look it, but these are very upstanding people, and they are trusted. Just watch out for that one in the corner, and he's not gonna specify which one he's talking about.
His eye contact remains upon you. He doesn't look away from you. His attention is truly to you at this point. Even if somebody moves to side or out of his peripheral, he will not. And so, Reese, a few months back, you did work for a friend of mine.
Okay. Which one was that?
Relax. You were supposed to retrieve a package, a person, from the security corp.
Yes.
You were successful.
I remember that one.
And now time has moved to the next part. My friend wishes to do something else, and he is taking care of quite a number of things on the other hand of the ordeal. The friend that you saved has been working on a program that will open the doors for him. But we have to get it into where it's supposed to be. That is not a task that I'm going to ask you to do, because it is very dangerous. And you would die. And I do not wish you to perish on this. There are cheaper alternatives out there willing to make the risk. I need you to create a distraction. The man I am helping wants to hurt the Emerald City. How and why is his reasons, not one that I question. I have no allegiance to them or their actions, so for me, I will help. The distraction is this. And he pulls up a data chip, sets it onto the counter. These are the blueprints for a support structure of the Emerald City, and the precise location at which an explosive must be put to hinder their launch efforts. It will cause the platform to shift 3 degrees, become unstable, and the elevator will no longer be able to be used until the repairs are made, buying my ally time to infect their system. I want to hire you to break into Emerald City and plant the bomb.
Okay. How big a bomb do you think we would need to? So let me get this straight. You want us to get to the Emerald City to plant a bomb to destabilize what the orbital elevator or?
Hi.
Okay. Okay.
He wants to hinder their exodus.
You wouldn't happen to know who runs security around that facility, would you?
I do not.
Okay.
That's why I'm paying you. The location to where the explosives and the amount of explosives needed have been pre-calculated, and he puts his finger onto the chip and placed here. I trust him, but you should probably double-check his math. I don't know if it is right or wrong. That is, of course, a thing you should do. I am not acting as a Johnson in this. I am acting as a friend. So the money he has put forward is the money I will be bringing to you.
All right. Let me think about the particulars and talk with the team about logistics and whatnot, and then we'll get back to you here in the morning or later on tonight. How about that? I forgot it's the morning, right?
I have found a place to stay at the Marigot in downtown. My room number is 2212. He slides the chip over. Everything you need to know is on there. I trust that this information will go nowhere, and if you choose not to accept, you will return it to me or destroy it.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you soon.
He stands up. He bows.
Would you like the mochi to go?
Hi.
Yeah.
And he will take it.
Mochi. Yeah. And they're like, here, enjoy.
All right. So just as quickly as he showed up, he takes his mochi. Thanks you. Domo arigato. Got it.
Got it.
And then leaves.
Just for the sake of it, just in case this pops up, I just leading into this conversation, our Cole puts on the figurative mask and Matrix hides or runs everybody silent. However, just to make sure that this conversation stays between everyone in this pan and people who are communicating directly with this pan.
Okay. He was in his own pan, and he was not alone. He definitely had an artificial presence with him that stayed in the Matrix, in the general facility, and was as well dumping out quite amount of jamming information to reduce any possible outside espionage.
Got it. Okay, perfect. And I'm assuming that's like relatively commonplace for this type of situation.
Yes, I would say so, yes. He definitely looks like an experienced, well-off businessman, and he was, he's that little Asian dude walking by himself. The moment he does something, everybody's like, oh man, we're all going to die now. But for the most part, he is well-respected and well taken care of, and he felt safe enough to come here without bodyguards. That's not to say he doesn't have bodyguards, but he felt safe enough to walk into this establishment without him, but not cyber protection. So, yes to your question. This is commonplace.
Okay. So you guys heard him. Who's you guys in for? Blowing up a space elevator?
Well, let's see. I reckon this ship will tell us how much the pay is first, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah, he did say the pay information would be on the chip, correct?
Correct. All the information you should be looking for will be on the chip.
He slides it over to Arkol.
He goes ahead and gets it ready and running in everybody's vision. And currently running through it, he is also also running silent, double checking the math on what exactly 3 degrees would be on this massive space elevator.
All right, that is a long-term calculation. I would require an intelligence computer roll, I believe it was. Engineering, okay, intelligence engineering roll. And you're looking at netting me at least, we'll say, 10 successes? No, we'll make it 12. And each time you roll is equivalent to 3 hours worth of calculations. So you keep rolling until you make a total of 12 successes with your logic. That's the stat.
Logic.
plus
I was
engineering.
going around like, I don't think there's an intelligence stat. I got
Roll
worried.
your intelligence plus your dexterity score.
Logic plus what? One more time.
Engineering.
Engineering.
All right, and yes, the chip says that the total payout is 120,000 new yen. 50% upfront, 50% once the job is done. And a 1-year subscription gold service dock wagon to each participant.
Oh, sorry, because of the way that my screen is set up, how many hits did I get?
I don't know. I'm actually
3.
not on that.
3.
3.
And then how many times am I rolling? Until
It's complete. Every time you roll, that's 3 hours.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, the next setup did not pop, so only 3.
I hadn't done the next one.
Go ahead, roll them all. All right, 5, 7.
And then you said 3 hours, or
Yeah, we're at 9 hours. You're doing calculations.
got it.
Oh, there you go. 7 plus 5 is 12. So that fourth roll. 12 hours it takes you to check over everything. That involves doing matrix researches, figuring out the actual calculated weight of the building, going back to look at the old blueprints that might be listed in City Hall, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So it takes you 12 hours of going over his numbers. So from the point of where we're in the game, that gets completed in the future.
Got it. Is there any possible way to get Grosson on the operation to shorten the time?
No.
Okay, got it.
I mean, at this... Does he have engineering?
He's diddling his thumbs.
I don't think he's got engineering.
No. No, he doesn't have anything specifically that could help me. I was just mainly seeing if the added brain power there, like added processing power.
Let me check. He can have biotech, cracking, electronics, engineering, influence, and piloting, but unless you pick those in particular, he has whatever knowledge skill set that you picked in the beginning. Do you remember what 4 skills that you picked for him?
I do not. It is not listed down here.
Okay, well...
It's totally engineering.
It's absolutely engineering.
There we go. Crazy. So yes, he can assist. He has an engineering of 4 and his device rating is 4, so he gets 8 dice. And remember, this is a teamwork test, so whatever successes he gets just mean you get to throw more dice, not get those successes added to yours.
God.
Good thing you picked engineering, and good thing Chris remembered it.
Of course.
Oh.
All right. That's 1.
Sorry.
So roll 7 more.
Yeah, no.
You got this.
Just fight with it, it's okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the first one, so that gives you 5 extra dice. So you roll 5 dice, and whatever successes you get from those extra 5 dice, add to your first roll.
Isn't it crazy how I'm supposed to be the smart character? All right, let's roll.
None.
None.
All right.
All right. Didn't help at all.
That's the first 3 hours. You're like, da, 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 and he's like, what in the hell are you doing? I'm doing math, man. And he's like, when did you learn this? So the second 3 hours, you can roll 8 more dice for him.
Yeah. Oh.
At the end of that, if you put a greater than 5, it'll tell you all your hits.
All right, 1. So you get 1 extra dice.
There she goes doing her Clippy thing again.
Clippy Amber, always here.
Nothing. Grouse is still useless. Next 3 hours. Like, this kid never got programmed for differential equations. And that's really hurting you right now.
He was just meant to be a
7.
friend.
Yes, 7 extra dice.
No.
Wait, whoa.
Wrong sign.
Hang on. Yeah. Pac-Man eats the other way. I have 3 successes.
So you get to roll 3 dice that represent Grouse's ability to help you.
I appreciate how happy you got over that. He has not helped me whatsoever. Well,
this is the last group of roll. His participation at this point in time does you no benefit because this ends at the 12-hour mark. You've hit your 12 successes. If you roll his dice and he gets any more successes, it does not change the outcome. You get to choose whether Grouse helps or you just told him to go away.
I sent him off just to do maybe some just general research. He's obviously overloaded right now. Do some general research on the security team, maybe, just so that we may know something about them. Please get the hell away from me.
Why did you turn the fraction upside down, and why are you using so many damn letters in this one? It's a math problem.
He was just sitting there. It took an extra hour just because he was trying to help.
You're like, he goes, what are you doing? And you go, I'm trying to find X, and he points at your screen. It's right there.
You're like, I found X. Oh, Cross is just trying to help. He's a buddy.
Okay, so in the future, numbers are checked. Cool, we'll go over that when we get there. Right now, you're looking at $60,000, 60,000 new yen up front to sneak into the Emerald City, or get into the Emerald City with enough explosives to cause the entire platform to shift enough that it will shut down the space elevator. As far as it goes for game stats, there's a number revolved around the explosives and the amount that you need, and it's pretty big. And unless you guys have some knowledge of explosives, we won't go into too many details. But that being said, here you go. Soko has asked you to do this.
I don't recall the exact reasoning as to why only delayed and not, like, permanently damaged. If there was a reason that was presented.
I'm assuming, like, just actually straight up destroying the space elevator would have some kind of global ramifications. That's like some kind of resources that, like.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a tether leading in from orbit would probably devastate the area for like hundreds and hundreds of miles. But why is he so against it? Why is he so against it existing?
Soko is not, just to clarify, it is the person that is hiring or asking him to help, who has not been named. You have already worked with that individual once before. In fact, Amber was the one who got the closest to him. So now he's come back, and this time he's going through a friend to get you guys to step up your game.
Just to be clear, that's the dude that was just the head that ended up in the duffel bag that had like the spider apparatus thing, right?
No, it was the dude you brought that dude to.
Okay. I mean, that was
Boss
the job that we're on. That we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, got a better idea, definitely.
Yeah, that was the one, and the dude is the one that Amber was pretending to be me in. Or no,
Yes.
was pretending to be me.
You gotta do that again.
We're all still Tiger now.
Yes.
We're all still Tiger, spelled different ways. So Nova has been eating the same bag of the soy chips that she got from work, and is still eating it. And she finishes it, and she puts it down and wipes her hands on her pants. And guys, did you know that the potato chip was invented by 1853 by George Crumb, who was a Native American African American chef at the Moon Lake Lodge Resort in Saratoga Springs, New York, USA? French fries were popular at that restaurant, and one day a diner complained that the fries were too thick. So I guess they got a little skinnier. Anyway, I think I have a way to get us to Emerald City, but we're gonna need a mage.
One, how in the hell would I have known that? And two, you actually can't bring outside food into this establishment. I have to make money.
Charge her a portage charge. It's called a portage charge. It's when you bring food from outside inside us.
Well, you don't provide the food that I want, so I don't think it affects your business.
I mean, it's fair. You don't like mochi? Everybody likes mochi.
That's just not what I want right now. So anyway, you guys got a mage around that we can call? Rhea hasn't been picking up, so just
Oh, no.
hey, isn't that old guy across the street? Isn't he a magic guy?
Oh yeah, what was his name?
Don't
Oh wait,
don't,
hold on.
Don't you know him from working so close
His
by?
name
Oh yeah,
was.
yeah. Still Tiger would definitely know his name.
Sounded like pasta.
Why
What
don't
was
you
it?
use a memory test to remember his name?
It sounded like pasta.
Fettuccine.
And that's what it sounded like.
His
It
name
was like
Fettuccine,
Tony
wasn't it?
Rigatoni or something.
Yeah.
His name is Kawatapi. It's definitely it's.
Oh
Rigatoni.
no! You may be in the ballpark.
Ganache.
Fibonacci.
think it
Yeah,
was
that's it.
Fettuccine.
No.
Oh, was Fibonacci the cat's name?
Oh, Fibonacci. Yes.
You guys are awesome.
It was like Fibonacci Tony or something. I don't know. It was something like real weird.
I have it
Fibonacci's.
written down in one of my like 7 notebooks that I have on my desk, although I am not ready to go through that.
You know what? It's been a while. We can just reintroduce ourselves, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's plenty of notebooks over here. One of these has Shadowrun stuff in it.
Good luck finding it.
Where's this my Shadowrun
But
stuff?
yeah, I think I know what we need to do. I did a bit of legwork because I was curious about the city myself, and there's a pillar holding up the city that's got a maintenance elevator. It's over by Fabricase. Was it Subfabrica 13? And there's a guy who's got the ability to get sins for us that can get us access up there, but the only way to contact them is through the astral.
Well,
I guess we could go across the way and try to get Fibonacci. Unless anybody else knows a mage.
now are Cole going up to the rest of the group. He just lets out a deep sigh and goes, I've been spying on a couple of you. I know that y'all have, or you guys. I don't want to steal any of Convoy's bit. Um.
I mean, did you like what you saw?
Uh. Listen, I only kept up during some of my breaks, just to know what y'all have been going on to and everything. Um, Specifically, lots of Sin Convoy and just general work stuff. But one of the customers that had come in the other day, yesterday, over at the Stuffer Shack. Do you recall what he was holding on to there?
Are you talking about the little girl with the bracelet?
Yes, yes. With the folks who were with the guys who were stealing.
The little thieves? Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah, absolutely. What did you take a peek at anything in her pockets?
Yeah, I charge him for them cheesy poofs.
Other than that,
I mean,
anything specifically magical?
the little girl had a beaded bracelet, looked like a talisman or charm or whatever. I don't know. It's one of that magic junk.
Well, magic in this day and age, they're not incredibly super duper rare, but they're pretty hard to find a lot of the time. Anyone who can be adept at any level. I think this may be worth looking into, especially if uh he looks at the rest of the group, gesturing towards the shop across the street. Uh, that guy, especially if that guy doesn't follow through.
Fair. I mean, I don't know if I can just track down a street kid, but I can do my best.
Do you want to go ahead and say that you have our call?
Yeah, my next thing was.
We'll say that you have.
Got it. Okay, that was going to be my thing immediately after finding that out.
I followed her comment or something.
I've found out where she is currently residing at. It is separate from the rest of the Cretans who were trying to steal, but they do hang out quite often. But yeah, apparently she does stop around the newly opened Stuffer Shack, or not newly opened, but new to you Stuffer Shack quite often. More than likely, we'd be able to, well, other than me destroying their new ID, we may be able to find them. I'm still currently tracking it, so if he doesn't work out across the street, we do have another option.
Okay, sounds good. Don't follow little kids home anymore, but all right. I'll let it go this once since it's working out for us.
I'm just glad you're not creeped out for me looking through your eyes.
I'm not so proud that I can't ask for help.
So like never mind.
Yeah, man, I don't know if I want to go down that road.
Listen, no, it's just because I get bored.
Don't go.
It's not weird. It's just because I get bored.
Yeah, it's just when I get bored. It's not weird.
You need a hobby that's not looking through people's eyes.
I'm so sorry I committed too hard. Please continue.
What?
Now it's just got Steel Tiger paranoid and needs to like blindfold himself every time he's getting into a shower or something.
Puts the blindfold on when he goes in the bathroom because he's got to do number 2.
So I asked if he liked what he saw.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Okay.
Our Cole respects the most important of privacies. Most of them he doesn't really care about, like social privacy, business privacy. He doesn't care whatsoever
Elders
about.
definitely doesn't care about elders either.
Oh, 100% not. No, he's got major internet brain. It's just like, oh, what was the brand new? Oh, cool.
It's not interested in that older generation. They don't know anything.
Exactly. He's actually that is actually his sexuality. Just anybody with new enough cyberware.
Okay, I mean, which is a thing, People can be attracted to cybered out individuals. Okay, so consensus.
The love affair between Steel Tiger and you is making more and more sense.
I get it.
Steel Tiger's going to get it. Oh! Loving you is easy cause you're chrome. Tink, 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 tink. Pink.
I mean, you might not be able to teach an old tiger new tricks, but you can definitely install some new hardware.
Wow. So consensus says you're going across the street and bug Fibonacci?
Yes, unless they want to try this mystery shopper.
I've already got a track.
Yeah, I also I don't know how good I feel about, unless I have to, bringing a minor into illegal activities.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so to Fibonacci.
All right. When you get across the way, it is definitely, we'll say, daytime. He is open. You get in. Greetings, hellos, salutations, and all that. He doesn't know you guys too well. He doesn't know Steel Tiger. And when you ask him about doing astral stuff, he sadly looks to you and says he's not capable of doing astral. He's not that kind of wizard. It's hard for him to explain to you, but his skills in casting magic and making talismans and alchemical stuff, yes. But he is blocked from doing the things that you're asking to do. You need someone who is a potential caster. Your friend, the young woman, Rachel, she has great potential. Reach out to her. She can do it. She can go into the astral.
Oh, Rhea?
Yeah, it's Rhea. Rhea can do the astral.
Okay.
Reach out to her. He taught her some things and some spells. He trusts her.
All right, let's see if this sleepyhead, I don't know. Sleepy
You call
Beauty
her
fucking
number?
wakes up.
You call her number and it rings. And then it goes to answer machine that says this person has not set up their phone to be able to receive messages. Sorry.
Arcole, do you know what her address is?
Of course, I know where all of you stay all the time. Oh, no, wiped.
Remember, she doesn't keep her stuff on. She's not on the internet
Right.
like that. She's literally invisible because she turns her phone off. Who does
Right.
that?
No, I have no clue. No recent logs, nothing.
Well, time to offer a kid some candy.
But oh god,
Suppose
ever showing up in a van?
Give Mama Bear a fresh coat of white paint.
I know, right?
We need to stop by the taco temple on the way to this kid's place.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, man, they got 2-for-1 chumachangas.
Excellent.
Chumachangas.
Chumachangas. You can also get some broquitos off the 5 New Yen value meal list.
Oh my goodness.
They're broquitos for you and your Omi.
Oh.
All right, so we got a quick break. We'll be back, and after the break, we'll do the last part of this. We'll do a giveaway, and so on and so forth. So for all of you out there watching, don't go away. And if you do go away, make sure you're up and running, because that counts for us in the advertisement thing. Thank you. See you in 10.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
What a spell! Spell!
Spells.
Spell! She says spell like 92 times. Spell! 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 Spell!
Oh, well.
You get to play with us now, which is so exciting. So with channel points, bits, and subscribes, you can give rewards to the player of your choice. So how to do that is, no, not Bob. channel points. I believe it is 500 points gets you NERPs, which is +3 to any dice roll to the player of your choice. For 1,000 channel points, you can do a point of edge to any player. And for 2,500 channel points, you can do 4 edge to the player of your choice. Now for bits, for 100 bits, that's $1, you can do the NERPs. For 200 bits, that's $2, you can do the point of edge. Or for 500 bits, that's $5, get 4 edge to give to the player of your choice. And finally, again, the subs, if you subscribe, you can give 4 edge to any player.
Welcome back, runners. And before we pick up for our final segment of our show, I just want to remind you all for the final time tonight that you can win the Geek Forge Gamer Pack, which includes a hat, a pin, stickers, and the pre-production version of High School Apocalypse, which was written by the owner of the Geek Forge and uses Cortex Prime. The only way to win is by typing #RunPC in the chat. So do it. That gets you 1 entry. And then you get bonus entries for every 100 bits you donate to the channel. And if you subscribe right now, just like a couple other people have tonight, you'll get 7 bonus entries. Donating bits does a lot more than just enter you in to win the giveaway. For 100 bits, you can give one of us a nerf, which allows us to add 3 dice to a roll. For 300 bits, you can give a player 1 edge, and for 500 bits, you can give a player 4 edge to use. And if you donate 1,000 bits, Max will let you pet his cat. So make sure you enter into the drawing now and enjoy the rest of the show. The winner will be announced at the very end, and a mod will reach out to you via Twitch Whispers.
Awkward waving, and we're done. So this is all you guys, and yes, 1,000 bits. We'll hook you up. We'll figure out how to make that happen. It's a tiny, adorable little kitten. In fact, I got a lot of cats. Do you need a cat? I got cats. This is you guys' show.
Our cold.
We stalk the child.
Hmm?
We stalk the child.
I have already stalked the child. Don't worry. It doesn't have to be a team effort. I've already done so.
We physically do it this time.
Oh god.
So that kid who had very obvious magical, paraphernalia is named Layla Forbes, and she is currently, she obviously had to walk wherever she was going. She lives in the vicinity of the Stuffer Shack. Her mother is also a major, not major, but of course with mages being fairly rare, she's also a wage slave. Doubtful that she'd be able to see into the astral, but we can. I do feel like it may be a good lead.
Okay, let's do it.
Perfect. About how far?
Do we just walk up and ask her to peer into the astral?
No, we gotta bring some stuff.
Like guns, lots of guns to make them.
No. Can you use any of them?
No, not me personally. That's why I have you two.
No, we'll do this the peaceful way, right? Like the Japanese are all about peace, right? Steel tire, so like we'll just piece our way into this.
We're very we're pretty warlike nation, actually.
After the Second World War.
Good.
Okay.
Anyways, I've already uploaded the address on Inglewood into Mama Bear, and got the just leaving it up to Convoy to get the route set up.
Convoy, let's stop by a taco temple, grab some food as a peace offering, and then let's chip in some new yen on a cred stick to get this kid to do what we need.
All right.
All right, sounds good to me. I could eat.
Yeah.
Still, you guys keep going. I'm listening.
Oh yeah. All right. So I'll have everyone hop in if we're all ready. Let Steel Tiger lock up and hop in. Put on Eric Clapton. And
please tell me it's cocaine.
No, it's Layla.
Oh, even better.
Put Layla on.
You stole someone's girlfriend with this song?
Wife, I think.
Oh, wife? They were married?
Allegedly. But yeah, then I'll figure out where the nearest taco temple is. Get myself a
They still haven't fixed the intercoms after this long. Of course.
It's a filter now. It's a nostalgic filter that they put onto the incoming messages.
Thank you for using Taco Temple. We have a special today on Chibi Taco Summers.
Yeah, all right. I'll take 2 of them. We'll take some. Let's see, 5 orders of broquitos. I would also like.
Would you like to upsize that?
Yeah, all right. Let's upsize that and.
Actually, convoy. Can I change my broquito? Can I get the supreme nanobites, please?
Oh yeah, can we get can we get the supreme nanobites? But can we get extra? Like, is there one of them holders? Because I don't want you to. I just don't want you to put. I don't want them to fall because nachos are they're not a very. It'll be fine. Yeah,
Yep.
and then
Full size for pixies. It's fine.
and then whatever. What's the Shadowrun equivalent of Baja Blast?
Hang on.
What is it? You've got it. I think you wrote it down. Yeah, where is it?
On the crates, it is the... On the... Not the...
Buzz Blitz?
Buzz Blitz. Where were the drinks at? There they are. Buzz Blitz, yes. Those are all the drinks.
and Buzz Blitz to go around, of course.
Yeah, don't forget. I'd like my nitro nacho walking tacos, please.
Is that the 5-pack or the 8-pack?
Yes.
8-pack.
5-pack or the 8-pack?
8-pack.
Can you make my Buzz Blitz diet?
Oh yeah, and give me an obnoxious order. There's too much food. Wait, hold on. Are you still on breakfast? Can you, if I could?
You told us it's going to be 157. Please turn around.
Pull around. Get her food. I will hand a cred stick back to Arcole to take care of whatever payment we decide to give Layla.
Oh yeah, no. I'm loading it right on up.
I've got a cheapo, but
our coal isn't loaded by any means, but through his dealings, has made a little bit on the marketplace. But he doesn't really care for having any other place other than his rundown subway. So he just goes ahead and
or like underground train.
Underground and the subway were 2 different statements. Wait. What did you just ask?
What kind of subway are you talking about?
The one that I live in currently.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but is it the sandwich shop or the underground one? I missed the answer to that.
I guess I left that one up to interpretation. Subway, sorry. As we all know, Subway 3.0 went down after the second major Matrix crash. But I am talking about the old days mode of transportation.
Gotcha. Well, I figure you got the chip from Soko, so you could He prepaid us a little bit, right? You don't gotta use your personal funds, though.
Yeah,
yeah,
there's
how much
60,000.
60,000.
60,000 right now. Another 60,000 when you get done.
Gotcha.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. Charging right on up. Using mutual funds.
Okay, so you've got the money set aside on a cred stick. How much you drop on this cred stick for this kid?
Water is like 200 new yen, so like, let's do 1,000.
Which
good
is
enough to make
fair.
No,
Decent amount of money. That might be a paycheck or a week's worth of work for somebody. If you're looking to put the kid through college, you're talking about probably the entire 60,000.
Ooh.
That's a lot of money. 60,000 is still a lot. Just drop off 1 0 and you get an idea what it's truly worth to us in our day and age.
Okay.
If they're living in an apartment, and from what I know about them, I feel like I does 2K work for everyone? If it's functionally $200 in our money.
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean, just a peek in the astral, right? No, there's no danger. Like, what are we?
Yeah.
What paces are we putting through?
She's basically just going in the astral, and she's gonna reach out to or send a signal out to a guy named Icarus. Or person, who knows?
So
Still,
here's something very important you guys need to know. You don't know poop about magic, so you don't know how it works. For one. So going into the astral and finding Icarus sounds like a very strange mystical thing. I mean, unless somebody has magical theory or you guys want to make a memory test because you've been around a lot of mages.
I'll make a memory test.
Yeah, I'll try this memory test.
Go for it. I'm
Okay.
looking for at least. I'm going to set the number at 8. 8 hits for non-magic users to know remember something about. Look at our call.
logic helps.
I got a 3.
Arcole, she can enter the astral, create a spirit, and then tell that spirit to find the person. And it'll work a lot faster. And then the spirit can take her to that person or get that person to come to her or relay a message in that way, shape, or form. That's really it. That's all you need her to do. Pop into the astral, summon a spirit, boom, bada bing. Spirit sends the message. Icarus knows because a spirit can, once given the name, they can find that person, just like you find a person with matrix perception.
Do I know if there is any chance whatsoever that there would be danger of setting off any sort of, ripple effects, any signals, anything like that?
Just like you in the Matrix, when you do an action, when a mage enters the astral, they leave a fingerprint everywhere they go, every spell they cast. If the mage is not licensed to cast the magic that they're casting, it could get them in trouble. That's all you know.
Okay. Our Cole does not tell the rest of the group about that specifically. He tells them about the steps in which she would need to take specifically in order to send off the signal, and only that. Not any sort of any part of the dangers that it may end up wrapping them.
Nova, you know that mages casting spells can draw attention, but you're not sure too much of the details, and you know that there are everybody knows their licenses revolving around magic users, and I think Convoy, you rolled the worst, so you believe that a mage has to have a license for every spell, which is not necessarily wrong, but that's what you think. And Steel Tiger, you know, they have to have a license, and like each thing they do, if they don't have a license for it, they can get in trouble. There are laws that protect minors, so if she gets caught, that can just be a wash away thing, because you guys could easily disappear.
I just know that when we send her out into the astral, that we'll need a phrase or a code word for when she returns, so that we know it's her.
Like, who else would it be?
You don't want to know.
I mean, I think I mean, that's why I asked the question. Never mind.
I'm just a little worried about what we're gonna put this child through.
It shouldn't be much. She's just gonna send a spirit out to go do it. I mean, she'll come right back.
Should be a very simple operation.
She doesn't actually have to go do it then.
Nah.
All right, and all of this conversation is just being had in Mama Bear right now.
Yeah.
On your way.
As we munch our tacos and various.
I'm eating my walking tacos with chopsticks, so I don't get like the nacho soy cheese on my fingers.
Oh, what was that stuff called? It's not nacho soy cheese. It was called good as cheese.
Good as cheese.
Called good as cheese. and your broquito is made with krill paste mixed with krill paste mixed with cilantro, so it gets a kick. Or maybe it's just soap. Maybe they just use soap because cilantro is expensive, but you don't know. I'm so creeped out by that. Inglewood is definitely a neighborhood you are familiar with, Nova, because the Sonomish area is definitely something you have trounced around before, plus you work there. You've seen Inglewood, and for the most part, it is not suburbia. I don't want to call it suburbia. I want to call it something else. It is a lot of apartment housings. And there was a word for that kind of development. And I think development is the word, or apartment development. And so it's grouping after grouping after grouping, and each grouping has its own little subdivision inside of it. And that's all it is. Maybe a small store here and there. And the Stuffer Shack is right there positioned in all these residential zones. And so moving into this area during this early part of the day, snacking on your Taco Temple delights, it doesn't take you long before you roll up to the 2000 block and then roll around to find the building that is associated to this Layla. So here you are. Redstone buildings, they are on the second floor. The inner hallways are poorly managed, and so when you walk in, there are people who are sitting, camping out in the walkways themselves. There are no outside places, or walkways, or balconies, or anything that are easily accessible in the buildings, and most of them have bars over the windows and stuff like that. There are outside park bench and whatnot, but when you guys come rolling up, Nova and Arcole, both y'all recognize three individuals at one of the little park benches that look familiar. One of which tried to get a pack of cigarettes. One, Harry. What was his name? Harry?
McLovin.
Yeah. And so you see him, and so you know you're close. And you walk through those halls filled with people sitting on the floor. Some of them have like a little headset on, some older analog device logged into the AR, or maybe they're sitting outside having a smoke on their long haul and chillaxing out. Layla, the person that you believe you're going to see, is a young orc woman, teenager. Sharon is a human.
I'm gonna walk up to McLovin and the other two kids, I think.
Second. I'm going to do a perception. They have probably an intuition of 2, a perception of nothing, so they're defaulting. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. They are not paying attention. They're currently playing some sort of AR-based card game in which they are hooting and hollering about stuff. And, by the way, smoking. They are all smoking long hauls.
Hey McLovin, and you two little background characters, come here.
They stop what they're doing, and they look around. They see you. They're taken aback. Then they kind of stop for a minute, and then McLovin looks at you and goes, "What are you doing here? Did you follow us? That's creepy." Immediately accusing
More
you of
thieves.
stuff.
That's creepy.
All right. They get off their little hiatus and walk over and kind of like, who's with her, by the way, while she's doing this?
I'm following around Nova like a little lost puppy right now because I am so awful in social situations.
I'm letting her cook, like, but I'm there. Like, I'm in like chaperone distance. You know what I'm saying? Like, not like literally all up in their business, but like I'm like,
He's watching his kids on the playground at like the parent bench.
yeah, you get it.
Yeah, I'm in the car, and then I see that they're smoking, and so then I decide that I need one, so I'll roll down the window.
All right. So seeing as it's you and some scrawny individual, like the kids do, walk up.
Hey, I need a favor, and then I hand over a taco.
All right, he looks. Harry looks at it and he snags it and hands it over to the guy next to him. What's the favor?
I need you to tell me where your friend Layla is. I got a job for her.
You've got a job for Layla? He seems like slightly confused and he's just like, yeah, I don't know where she lives at, but a taco isn't going to buy that kind of information.
Looking at them, our Cole goes in and looks up their own personal records. I believe that there was mention of some form of misdemeanor. Can I know some information on specifically this kid who is talking back?
Harry McLovin was the fake ID, and it was misdemeanor related and whatnot. But you have definitely had a chance to do the thing where you trail and follow children around, and you know that this kid's name is actually Murray. And he was named after his grandfather. There's a bunch of social feeds and whatnot. And let's see. His dad is a manager at a food mart. That's funny. and he has delinquencies at school and bad grades. And it looks like he's been forging his father's signature. Yep, you look, and the digital signature that is listed was not signed by his father. There's a bunch of evidence that looks like it was put up there by Murray himself, because Murray's got some shit grades. Oh, I said the bad word.
Um, I'm going to say, still just off to the side of Nova. This isn't one of those situations. I understand that you probably don't really care about money, but this is worth considerably more than your dad's little grocery job, Murray. This is life changing for your friend, and she might just help you out. So I
Right.
think that you should cough up some information.
With what you just said, are you also using a skill along with that, or is just you're tossing out words and hoping that name dropping Murray's real name and that fact that his dad works at a grocery store?
I would be putting more leverage on the information gathering than I would be the any sort of intimidating skills that I have.
I'll give you an extra 2 dice because you can intimidate by name dropping and stuff. But if you don't have intimidations, it'd just be charisma. Defaulted to charisma, but you got 2 extra dice. So I mean, he's a kid. What do you need? Like 1, 2 successes? How tough can a kid be?
It looks like I have four. I think I have a total 4 dice on charisma. So plus 2, 6.
Do you have any con or persuasion skills?
I don't believe so. No.
Then and it default means you lose 1 dice, so you're rolling 5, not 6. One, two, three.
Nice.
All right. I'm going to give this to you. The kid, because it's 3 successes. The kid panics. He's just like, he steps back in shock. And he's like, how'd you know my name? How did you? One of the kids was standing nearby who's got the taco. What do you want with Layla? She's our friend.
And I've got a really great paying job for your friend.
All right. Since Murray is flabbergasted, the young man puts the taco in his hands and begins walking toward the building that you know is where Layla is at.
I follow.
All right. Arcole, do you want to spill the beans on who this kid's name is and stuff like that, or does it matter to you? Because I mean, you've already followed him home too.
Not in particular. Let's give him just a name to go by.
You can call him whatever, but his real name is Connor.
Yeah. Then I go ahead and shoot that off to the rest of them. So long as there isn't anything like outstanding that would lead us to believe that he's screwing around with us.
No, nothing. He is actually taking a martial arts class, and that's about all you could find on him in his me feed. Walking up 2 flights of stairs. Who's going to following Connor to Layla's house? Show of hands.
I'm still following, like a good distance behind, but I'm still there.
So is Arcole going back to the Mama Bear?
I think our Cole is going back to Mama Bear and watching through eyes.
Okay. All right. So Nova, you have support via Steel Tiger just a few steps behind you. You move through the crowd of people that are clustered into the hallways. It's not bad, but it's definitely rather crowded. A couple of twists and turns, you come to a door that has just nice little decorations on the outside of it. And you see magic symbols near the edge of the door. It looks like decorations, like little frowns and little flowers and whatnot, but there are also symbols, like some sort of weird chicken scratch marked on the doorway. You've seen this stuff before. You think they're called like wards. You don't know what they're for, but you remember seeing this stuff in the past. The young man seems to pay no attention to these things that your eyes catch. He knocks on the door for a moment or two. The door pops open. A human woman on the other side, probably in her 40s, looks out, looks at Connor. What do you want? Not me. This woman wants to talk to Layla. And the woman turns and looks to you. Sharon, you think that was her name? What do you want?
Hi, my name is Nova, and I have a job for your daughter if you guys would like to talk for a moment.
The woman kind of continues to look through the for the moment. You hear the voice of the young woman behind Layla saying some stuff and whatnot. And the woman said, a job? A paying job.
Yep, she's got to run one errand for me. I'll pay her for it.
And closes the door. You hear the bolt slide and the little chainy bit come off and whatnot, and the door swings open. The woman standing before you is, of course, in her 40-ish of years, human. She is wearing a few charms. Your eyes connect to that very quickly, but that doesn't mean anything to you in comparison to what you catch beyond the woman. And there's Layla, too. She's pretty cool looking, but that doesn't matter. What your eyes, Nova, catch is a poster on the wall, an aged poster, frayed, torn little edges around it. It's been moved quite a number of times, and the character on it is a very familiar face of an orc by the name of Billy Berserker. Underneath is a shrine of machinery and an old flat-screen TV and a bunch of DVDs.
Oh my god, you love Billy Berserker too?
The woman stares at you for a minute. Yeah, you know who he was?
Oh my god, I know him!
She starts to have like a flushed look on her face. Come in. Connor, go home. And as the door comes to...
I've got a friend with me too. ST, come on.
Oh, okay. Charmed, thanks for having me in your home. And he gives her a bow as he comes in.
The house is decently decorated. It's got stuff here and there, furniture and whatnot, but this definitely seems to be a shrine to the old movie icon of sorts. A number of DVDs, physical copies of DVDs sit in front of you, and a device in which to play them on. And the house is kind of cramped, but for the most part, there's a young orc woman who's got her arms crossed and she's just staring at you guys and all weird, while the mother, Sharon, has this exasperated like glow about her face. She goes, I know him too. I believe he was my grandfather.
When was the last Billy Berserker movie produced again?
I'm sorry, you're what?
When was the last Billy Berserker movie produced again? Like how many years ago?
A long time ago, I guess.
Hang on, let me check my notes. That would be a memory test from you, Steel Tiger.
Alrighty.
2076?
Seven.
How you know that it's been like 15. Oh, that's right. You do know why it was about 17 years ago. So, little history lesson for the ones who don't know. Rogue Ops is a phenomenal series of movies about corporate security guard who successfully, in the wrong place at the wrong time, fought off Shadowrunners by himself. He ended up climbing through some ventilation shafts and getting his feet all cut up on glass, but then he had to swing through one section of the building with a fire hose and stop the horrible evil Shadowrunners. And then in subsequent movies, he moved from being just some security guard to being a full-fledged cop to being a, gosh only knows, action hero from one step to the other. He was driven to being an anti-Shadowrunner motif. Steel Tiger, you know this because there was a movie that BB did. And you know old BB's movies were not just fakes. They were real. Real things happened in those movies to real people.
Yeah.
History says that there was a run that BB did, and there was a building that got demolished unintentionally, and a lot of people got hurt. And hurt is a soft word for what actually happened. Whether it really happened that way, that's not what the media said. The media said it was planned espionage, terrorism, Shadowrunners. This was 2 months before Rogue Ops even started hitting the books. And the corporations like Evo, Horizon, and a number of other ones just took it as an advantage. Being that you're one of the oldest Shadowrunners, you only came into the game near the end of the great golden age of Shadowrunning. Nowadays, it's a lot more quiet. You have to be safer. There are more cameras. Everything's listening. There are machines all over the place waiting to snag you. You've learned how to survive. And your new friend you met, she too has learned how to survive. You're doing pretty good. But it was these movies that really inspired and changed a lot of the world. And a lot of Shadowrunners disappeared. Which is a nice soft way of saying they got hurt. So Billy Berserker is truly not responsible, maybe. No one can really say, but the media paints him as being the reason why things needed to change and the corporations had to crack down.
Just like, God damn it, Billy. Messing it up for the rest of us.
At least that's the lie that they fed everyone. They also fed everyone after that, hey, if you want to be... The reason people are Shadowrunners is because they just don't have good skill sets. So if you want good skill sets, become a good corporate worker. They shoved that down children's throats too. So, yes, the last Billy Berserker movie came out in the mid-2090s.
Okay, I was just making sure it wasn't like literally like 100 years ago. I didn't know it'd be.
No, that would be now. That would have happened now.
No, I mean, didn't Nova get frozen like 100 years ago?
Oh my god. Grounded, all of you.
Sorry, Ma.
I was thinking that she was, packaged away in like the early to mid Jurassic, but whatever works.
Well, Sharon, back on topic. Sharon, it's crazy to meet a descendant of Billy. I'm guessing he's not around anymore, right?
She shakes her head no.
Wait, don't orcs only live to be around like 35, 40 years old?
She nods her head yes, for the most part, but modern medicine does help out. He would be in his early 60s if he was still around. How did. So you're a fan of his work too?
I wouldn't say a fan, but I've had to be there for him a few times, whether he wanted to or not.
She kind of looks at you a little odd. What? Oh, she looks at your ears. Yes, you're an elf. So you knew him.
Have you heard of the character Killer Kira?
Her eyes widen. Oh, yeah. That was terrible what the corpse did to her character and persona and when they re-edited like half the films with her in it.
They what?
They re-edited. Took her out, changed her face, made it her a little bit more. She shakes around her torso a bit. Shakes her torso, then makes like this curved motion action.
I am not flat. Wait, never mind. Anyway, look. Nice to meet you. Maybe it seems maybe even you could be of help. I got a job that only a mage can do.
I'm not sure I understand.
I need someone who can go into the astral.
She has a look on her face, and she looks over to her daughter, who has a wide, expressive, like, oh my goodness, like an expressive, excited look. But then her mom looks back over to you, and she's like, "I'm sorry, we can't help you."
May I ask why?
Well, we don't have the necessary licensing to do that. It would be illegal. If we got caught, we'd be in a lot of trouble.
Well, what about summoning spirits? You got a licensing for spirit summoning?
No.
Okay, how about this? Do you think if you did have the licensing, could you perform this task? Do you have the ability to do it?
I can actually. I could, but those licenses are expensive, and we don't have them. And she's underage, so she can't. And I don't have it, and my corporation hasn't helped me get them.
Okay, and then
I called the mama bear.
yeah, I know, right? Like we need to hit up
That's my bear.
hit up the IT department.
Hello, IT, is that you?
Have you tried turning off and on again?
Can't do that for this one. So Sharon, tell me, if I could get you the license, would you do it?
Oh yeah, I mean sure, but that takes weeks. And so I mean, if you're in a hurry, I would suggest finding someone else. But there's plenty of mages for hire in different places around town that can do whatever that you're looking for. It just costs a little bit.
Well, now that I know that you might be related to an old friend, I'd like to have. I'd like to work with the Garzas again.
She smiles. I believe that Billy is related to me. My mother was an actress, and her and Billy worked on a set together. And they had a relationship, at least from my understanding. And then she kind of looks around for a moment or two. Something rolls around in her head and says, I believe they had a relationship. So I believe
Well, if you believe it, I believe it.
Thank you. And with that, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Oh, we're doing that now? Oh, yeah, the last call. Hashtag RemPC, put it in the chat, because when we come back, it's going to be like this short, really short kind of moment. Like this short kind of moment. And then, boom, stuff will happen in the show and somebody wins.
Yes, so take this break to type in hashtag RemPC in the chat to win that giveaway pack.
Can I just ask, what does a summoning tea kettle look like?
Oh, a summoning tea kettle. It is made out of cast iron that has been painted ritually with symbols in blood, obviously, that are then coated and shellacked over so that they don't flake off, that way it can last for centuries. And we use a nice clear coat, though, so you can see them quite nice, quite clear. We mix in with the blood. We mix in the iridescent paint, so it gives us a nice little beautiful shimmer, especially as it heats up. And as you heat it up, that's where the magic happens, because that is when all of the symbols start to glow and get bright and beautiful. And as the tea kettle whistles, that is the summoning ritual complete.
If you have an interest in using the summoning tea kettle, or taking part in any of the other worlds in our games, you don't have to have experience. Just join our Discord, and the GMs will work with you and help you find a game you enjoy. The link is in the chat.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Sorry about that.
Hi everyone, I hope you had a really good break and you got some water, some snackies. It's super late at night, so maybe not snackies, but definitely water. You should always stay hydrated. So I guess let's just announce the winner. The winner tonight for the giveaway of the GeekForge Gamer Pack is Aurelia King. Congratulations. We love you. We love all of you for watching. So thank you again for everyone's participation tonight. And let's give it back to Max. Let's get back to the show.
Uh-oh. Are we back?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. There. Focus, camera. Focus. Yeah, it's not happening. All right, so I'm just going to be a bit of a blur. Yeah, congratulations. Woo! Winning stuff is always makes you feel really good. So here we are at 2251 Inglewood, and standing in the living room of a possible descendant of Billy Berserker. Nova's there. Steel Tiger's there. What's next?
IT team.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we get the licenses and permissions for Miss Sharon here to go into the astral and to summon spirits?
It's not going to be legit, obviously.
Yep, just make it really good.
God. I'll let. What kind of? I'm gonna let our GM. There we go. Just waiting on you to get back into focus. What kind of skill test is needed to run to forge something like this? Just a license.
To make it as legit as possible.
To make it convincing for them, at the very, very least.
Some forgery rolls. That's con.
That's con.
Where you could use your computer, so your engineering plus intuition. It might take a little bit of time to make something look good. But you have the ability to go online, dig up the necessary information that you need, and put some stuff together.
God. Then yeah, absolutely. I'll have I want to have Gross going out searching the web for examples while I'm creating a template and creating this license.
Cool.
And then that's going to be a computer plus intuition, you said?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and drop 8 dice for Grouse, and those are team bonus dice to you. Always try to do Grouse first so that you know them, because that way you can just add it in.
No, that's fair. That's fair. So 3.
Everyone clap. He did it. He did it right.
I'm trying. I'm finally learning.
You're getting it. Only been doing this for a few months.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
It's good. It's good.
One additional success.
Right. Huh? That wasn't done the right way, but it's fine too. We can. You got it. You
Out of order. So 5 hits total. Am I right on that?
That is correct, but that's still not enough to produce a license. Even with Grouse's help finding some stuff, you are able to create a facsimile that should pass. And I say should pass because you have some confidence in it. This is the first time you've attempted to put together, through photoshopping and use of Adobe Premiere, a mage's license.
got and I'm going to shoot it over to Nova and let her know the everything that goes into that. Like obviously, it wouldn't stand up to anything real, but it could fool them.
Sharon, I'm only gonna need you to do this one time, so I think this will work for as long as we need it to. Just don't stay in the astral too long, and I think we should be okay.
She will head over to her purse and she will pull out her comm and she'll come over and go, okay, I mean, does something with her comm and then she brings up, she goes, I mean, if you're able to help me get a license, I guess here's the Bureau's department. Of course, there's a bit of a waiting list to get into it. And she's Steel Tiger, you see, she's brought up the AR for the Bureau, basically the local department that helps people get their licenses as a mage and stuff like that. And she's pointing out and maneuvering around trying to find getting that license, getting it set up and whatnot.
I'm not really good at tech, Steel Tiger. Can you send it to her?
Sure. I'm not very good at tech either, but
I would like to from what she was talking about earlier, did it sound like she had attempted to get this before? Or was it simply they weren't allowing her to even try?
You want to make a quick matrix perception? Get Grouse's 8 dice out there, do some digging around.
Thank you for reminding me.
Skills. Yeah, Grouse first, you second. 2
1.
from Grouse. Good dice roll.
Oh, 2.
Add that +2 to your dice check.
And what am I looking for specifically?
You're doing a matrix perception.
Okay.
I'm looking for at least a 2, a 4, or a 6.
So,
oh, I apologize. That's a computer plus intuition plus those 2 extra successes. It's not called computer, it's called engineering.
Is this specifically for that check? Because just the major action matrix perception is electronics plus intuition.
Electronics, not engineering. My bad.
Got it.
You have it right.
No. I'm just reading.
I should be doing that too.
But, I'm going to press this button, and then I'm going to roll those 2 extra dice for...
Go for it. I like this idea.
And then plus... Oh. Am I...
Actually, at the top of your character sheet, do you see where it says modifiers? And is it purple, like slid on?
No, it is turned off.
Okay, click that to turn it on. And then when you click the button to roll, it's going to have a pop-up, and then you can add your modifier to it, and then submit.
Got it. And I do have like several different. I have the entire screen popped out and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Our Decker / tech has got a lot of stuff going on, so we give him lots of room to move. Boom, 5. I like it. Do you want to spend any edge to kind of flip some numbers?
I want to spend 2 edge to give Arcole 1 edge. And then maybe you can spend some edge to...
And what, I can amp?
Oh, you would flip one of the 4s to a 5, and that would give you an extra success.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, there we go. There's the drop. Okay, there is 2 4s. So that's perfect.
So it gets you a 6. 2 tells you Yes, there have been applications into the Bureau. 4 tell you that she has been refused a couple of times. 6 tell you that it's her own corporation, Egros, who keeps going and then telling them to unsubmit these applications. She doesn't need them. Her own corporation is taking it away from her.
It'd be your own people.
But she is actively going for it, and they're just actively denying it.
Yes, she's tried 4 times in the last 6 years to get some specialization in spellcasting so that she could move up in the world and maybe get a better job. Because when you're a mage, that's all you've got going for you. If you're trying to go legit, you need those licenses. No one will hire you if you don't have them.
Hey, Arcole, I don't know if you know, but can you tell me, is it like when you put a file into the trash can, can you just kind of like take the file out of the trash can and put it back? And like maybe like approve an old denied application?
I don't know about approving an old denied application, but I could almost definitely, if I could find it, pull it out of the trash can. I think that would justify an edit file roll.
First, it would be a matrix perception to find the receptacle at which stuff like that would be gone to. I'm looking for at least a 5. No, I'm looking for a 3 or a 5. Grouse first? Never mind, you rolled really well. Don't need grouse this time. This was more math.
Grouse, take a backseat. It's cool.
The last one was about 6 months ago. The waste file, as you're referring to it, has been wiped since then. When the data is wiped, it's gone forever. But there are records kept at certain archives that would still have the results of whatever. Those archives do exist on the Matrix, but that is not a short endeavor. That is a long-term endeavor to go there and begin sorting through gigabytes, decabytes of information. I don't know, gigabytes, gazillion bytes, whatever. So, is it out there? Yes. Is it right here? No.
Alternatively, can you plant a file in place?
If you mean forging a false, email signature from Egress and putting that file in it and sending it to her, I think that may be something that I can do there.
I mean, I was gonna say if she just fills out an application again and then you go in and you approve it.
So,
you know who approves these things?
Yeah, Egress. Can I do a matrix perception on the entity known as Egress?
Yes. Yes, you can.
And 8 first.
They are, so we'll go over the generals. They are a subsidiary of Horizon, way down the line. So, and for the most part, they deal primarily in financial backings and financial support for a variety of what is it called? Logistics corporations. So like if you ship stuff from place to place, they basically find the money so that that company can ship stuff from place to place, making contracts and bids and stuff like that. Horizon. Now what did you roll?
Oh, that was Gross's roll. I rolled 6.
Again, they are underneath Horizon. Um, yeah, there is a lot of. I think this is worth revealing that Egress has definitely had people reach out and say, "Hey, you've got a mage working in your insert department name here. Hey, we could hire her. We could offer her better opportunities." And the response is, "Nope, nope, nope, nope." So Horizon owns this company, their financial company. This mage is working for this financial company, and she's trying to get opportunities, and her company is not allowing her to have opportunities. You saw that. Looking into the company and doing some digging around, she's had other opportunities pop up, and their company, Egress, since it controls her emails and influx of information, they've been pretty much keeping her under bottle and wraps.
I'm going to transfer everything that I just learned over to both Nova and Still Tiger, since they're the ones in the room. Convoy, I don't think you're in there, right?
No, he's in the car. You're
Oh.
in.
Nah.
I'm going to trade, I'm just going to share it with everyone,
Okay.
and tell them I think it may be worth it, instead of deceiving her, to instead fire her up. Her company has been keeping has been keeping her from bigger and better things. Whenever people have been specifically reaching out for her, and others within that company, she may not want to be there too much longer. Not necessarily to the point of breaking the law, but it may be worth firing her up.
I see. Did you know that that your own corporation was keeping you from advancement?
She looks and goes, "I've not. What? I mean, I am up for a promotion. I don't know what you mean."
I'm going to forward over the initial code stating, or the remnants of the code that um, denying her getting those licenses.
Of course, yeah. I'm sure Still Tiger has that right now.
Yeah, and he's going to kind of read off verbatim a couple of like the emails, and then written by who I'm assuming are her supervisors or people that she would know. It'd be name dropping.
Mm-hmm. All right. She definitely slowly starts to seem a little bit more devastated as you go through these details, and she's like, "No, no. Why would they do that? I've been working really hard. I've been doing everything I can. Why would they Why would they cancel my license? I don't understand." And is there any dice rolls that are going to go along with this?
I'm going to go with influence.
Okay, influence it is. Charisma
He's
plus influence.
He's gonna put a hand on her shoulder. It's like I have no doubt that you are a very good worker, and that is what is it? The saying, the rub. You you're very valuable, so valuable, so much that they don't want you to go anywhere else. They need you exactly where you are.
All right, I'm going to give you an extra 2 dice for Arcole's information, and that great role playing is going to add another dice, so +3 to this.
Sweet. Okay.
She is devoted to her corporation. She really is. So this is going to be hard. I'm aiming for a 5. You're going to need some extra points here.
Alrighty. See.
I will give send an edge. I'm gonna send. You know what? I'm gonna send 2 edge. on
Okay, I
over.
will use those 2 edge. Any more, it will be a waste. I think. Actually, yeah. I have. You said you're looking for 5. Okay, so yeah,
Yes.
I'll take those 2 edge, and then I will use. How much is it for like a reroll?
It's 4 edge for a reroll, so you'll reroll 9 die.
All right, I'll do that. So I'll take the 2, and then I'll use 2 of my own, and then reroll.
Right. And let's get some good, like, succinct role-playing descriptions to go along with this. Like, this is a very pivotal moment, not just for her, but for the group as well.
Chris, you can also hit just the plus sign. There you go.
Excellent.
There we go. So 5.
Let's get some very succinct, like, what happened? How does Steel Tiger move in? Now she's collapsed onto her couch at this point in time, like the arm of the couch. She's kind of like sunk down as she's looking at the information you're giving her.
Oh, and then I give her those words of encouragement, and then he's going to kneel down. He's gonna pick her up, make sure she stand on her own 2 feet. Like, but this is a chance. This is a chance for you to get your license without their interference. All you or your daughter have to do is do this whole job for us, and you can get this license and then look for employment elsewhere.
She is sobbing with tears. At the notion, at the moment, who knows? She is definitely beside herself. And through the tears, she looks up to you and she says, I did break the rules one time, and that's when they took everything from me. All I wanted to know was who my grandfather was, and they took everything. They kicked me from the trust fund. They took all the things I was given, everything I had. They took my whole life away from me. I can't break the rules now. I've worked too hard.
Our Cole is going to give images of all of the previous companies that have reached out requesting for
Of course, right.
for all the services. I'm going to make sure that all of those are being used.
In the process of doing so, as you're like digging all this stuff up, utilizing her name, and as soon as she said something about trust fund, you dug a little harder. Turns out about 13 years ago, she dug really hard into who her grandfather really was. She was a trust fund baby. Was a trust fund baby. She was living large and sitting fat on a nest egg. And part of that trust fund said, you do not get to know who your grandfather is. Something must have driven her. She broke the rules. They gave her a slap on the wrist. She broke the rules a second time. The company even sent a cease and desist, but instead, the Zurich, who monitors all of those things, came down from the heavens and said, no, she broke the rules one time. She loses everything. And they stripped her from her trust fund. They took the home that she had. They took everything. And out of pity, the company who was in charge of her trust fund gave her a job right where she is. And as we come to a close on this game session, I want you all to know that this has been fantastic. The interactions tonight have been superb. I have loved every moment out of you. You guys are doing an amazing job. This was awesome.
No, it's killer. I love it so much.
And so, normally I reward 3 to 5 experience karma points because of the way the game's going and whatnot. We have reached a massive milestone. Several really great things have happened as we have pulled forward some extra cool background parts about 2 of the players have come forward. And I know that, Steel Tiger's like, I already had some limelight. I don't need any more limelight. We're gonna, you're not in the limelight yet, but we've got other ones coming up. The Billy Berserker's side story is very important and very interesting, as it will not just be this one, it will continue to blossom as we move forward down the line. And we find out how Billy has something to do with a lot more than just a couple of old DVDs sitting on an aged and dust-covered shelf. 7 karma for everybody.
Oh,
And we will see everybody in 2 weeks, won't we?
You got it.
Yeah.
The 21st is the next time Emerald Glitch plays again. And right now, as far as it goes on my schedule, I don't have any conflictions and no one has told me otherwise. And Tyler's the one who... Oh, wait, we're supposed to use your code name. My bad.
It's
Honey
all good
Bun
for
is...
now. Honey Bun. Yeah, you got it.
There you go. He's the one who knows, and since he hasn't said anything, we are on for the 21st. So if you want to know what happens next, what happens to Sharon, because she just found out that her whole world has been nothing more than shoehorned and bottled away, you need to tune in.
And
Gotta be there.
yeah, no, and everybody, I just have one last question for you. Do you remember the 21st night? And that's about all I can sing.
No, that was so good. You should have kept going and just started mumbling.
But if anybody doesn't have anything to plug last second.
No. I'm from Original Box Set. I work with Rough Magic. That guy above me is with Rough Magic. Come check us out. Find a game master. If you like what I'm doing here, Rough Magic, definitely. I'll run a game for you. Hook up, look me up. This guy right here has a lot of really... I don't even know where he's at on the screen compared to me. Right, this way?
Other way. Everyone's on the other way.
Everyone's on that. You're all over there. That guy over there. So definitely reach out. Come hang out with us. Play games. That's what we do. This is what we do. We play games. We tell great stories about dystopian capitalist worlds. That's it. I'm done.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.